Hey guys, you are watching your anime world. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part, what if Quirkless Deku became the strongest vigilante hero. Here is short summary. What if Inko believed in Izuku, so he trained and dedicated himself to being a hero? What if he broke his limiter and was rejected from the hero course for being quirkless? This is a story of how Izuku Midoriya became a vigilante greater than any hero. The Quirkless Deku who became the one true hero. OPM Deku, Martial Arts Deku, Izumomo, Confident Deku, Smart Deku, Vigilante Deku. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Izuku Midoriya and Takumi Fujiwara were officially graduates of Aldera Junior High. Along with Kyuki Tabahara and Sake Okoto, they passed the entrance exam for Sakai High School with flying colors. They were all placed in the same class and would begin classes in 1 week. The friends decided to relax and enjoy the week, making plans to get together for the festival tomorrow. Hey, you wanna develop an app? Taku said with a smile, but in a voice that was as casual as you can get for a sales pitch. Izuku and Taku were sitting on the balcony of Taku's room waiting for Taku's drone to deliver their lunch when he brought this up. Why an app? Izuku responded casually. It's an app you'd want to develop. What kind of app would it be? The Greenette asked. Taku's casual smile shined. Good question, Izu. That's the most important question and the first step in app development. His tone remained casual. Okay, I'll bite. Why would I want to develop an app? Izuku responded, curious to his answer. You do not need an app, one does. Primarily because he does not, or in other words cannot, have a hero agency. I'm sure you already know this, but dozens or sometimes hundreds of requests come into a hero agency every day, asking for help about something. Imagine if you had an app that you could notify the public the moment you go on patrol, and instead of reporting those incidents to the police who send it to hero agencies, the public sends those requests to you, personally asking for your help. You could still listen to the police scanner and radio in your cowl, but if you had a list of reported crimes on your hero phone, you could handle them and then call the cops and pros to come clean up. He explained excitedly. He thought about it for a moment before responding again. That's all good, but couldn't villains and the authorities use it to lure me into traps? Let them. Have you met you? They'd basically be inviting you to come and kick their asses, and it's not like they could catch you anyway. That sounds like a win-win to me, he said, putting both thumbs up. It would definitely feel like I'm a one-man hero agency, but with fewer steps. Let's do it, Izuku said excitedly. You've gotten even more famous over the past few weeks. There's not a doubt in my mind this will be a success, and the best part is you tell them when you're on patrol. That way you're not being beat down with constant requests. I guess you're right. He chuckled. His fame had grown over the past few weeks as he was mentioned in the news practically every week. The public talked about him a lot, with many people his age and young adults just seeing him as a hero and liking him more than most pros. The news interviewed people he saved numerous times, but they refused to denounce his actions. He held nothing against them, but his rapport with heroes was not great, as he usually got to scenes first and many of them were over before any pros arrived. The media made a point to ask if a vigilante was outworking heroes. It was controversial and just made even more pros in the city hate him. The public support was strongly leaning towards him over licensed heroes. He would also step in and end a situation if he felt pros were taking too long, and the worst part of it was they could never catch him. He left before the public could praise him, but that just left resentful heroes. With this app he could still do what he had always done, just a little more organized. His stomach had started rumbling loud enough that Taku could hear. They had been waiting for food for a while now. The drone left for Sumire Town, the next town over, to get lunch from an awesome restaurant called Yukihira. Remind me again, why did you need to get Yukihira when you literally have personal chefs downstairs? Better yet, why didn't we just go there, considering it's only the next town over? We'd be there in 20 minutes by train. Izuku asked, annoyed by hunger. Because Soma is leaving for culinary school and his dad is taking off for work overseas, so this may be my last chance to get it for a while. He answered, looking out to the sky for the drone. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Why does Soma need to go to culinary school? How the hell should I know? Apparently his dad recommended it. Anyway, shouldn't you be happy? When's the last time you even had Yukihira? Izuku thought back to when he last had their delicious food. Like a month ago when you asked me to be your wingman with those cute girls from Kunugagaoka Junior High. Remember? Oh yeah, Ryo Nakamura and Toka Yada, a couple of bodacious beauties. You and Yada seemed to hit it off, so what's been happening there? She's going to Sakai with us, right? We text and talk on the phone sometimes. I saw her at the examination, but who knows? Izuku said as he shrugged his shoulders. What about you and Nakamura? We talk sometimes, but it's not like we would ever date or anything. She just wants to have say. I just want to have say. We're bang buddies. You should think about getting one. He joked as he looked out for the drone. Yeah, I'll get right on that, he said, clearly sarcastic. Just then the drone came back and landed on the little table between them. Taku popped open the drone and the boys were met with an explosion of delicious aroma that made their mouths water. Just from the scent they could tell these were Soma's dishes. Taku ordered shalapan steak while Izuku ordered Yukihira-style fried rice. After finishing their meal, the two friends went back to relaxing. Izuku decided to ask his friend for help with something he'd been thinking about for a while. Hey Taku, can we go down to the lab? I have something I want to try. Sure, we can. You wanna practice a new move or something? He asked curiously. Yeah. My dad sent me comics of some American heroes and they did something I think I can do too. Now I'm curious, what are you trying to do? He asked with a raised eyebrow. Phase through matter, Izuku said casually. Let's go, Taku exclaimed as they headed to the lab. Entering the lab they find Shintaro Fujiwara sleeping on a couch bed. Taku begins to shake the old man to wake him up. Yo grandpa, get up, new discovery time, let's go. The old man opens his eyes, clearly annoyed with his grandson before muttering out, what new discovery? Izuku's trying to phase through matter, the boy casually stated. With the speed and agility of someone 3x younger, the old man jumps up and rushes over to the testing area, ordering the two teens to hurry over so they can start. Izuku and Taku made their way over to the testing area, with Taku joining his grandfather, and Izuku went to put on the test suit. After 5 minutes Izuku entered the testing field. It was a black, flat floor area about the length of a standard gymnasium with a technical room overlooking it. In the technical room computers were showing all Izuku's vitals and readings were normal, at least in reference to him, and they began to run some tests. Midoriya, before we begin, what exactly inspired this idea? Shintaro asked through the intercom. Ever heard of the Flash? The Greenette asked. American comic book hero, super speed. What about him? Well, by using his super speed he can vibrate his molecules to the point he can phase through solid matter and even turn invisible. After I read that in a comic my dad sent me, I actually tried it and phased my arm through the door in my room. However, I wanted to be in a more controlled environment before trying it again. You're attempting this through molecular oscillation, interesting. Okay, well, let's begin. The old man exclaimed excitedly before pressing a button and the floor opened to reveal a long, thick wooden board. Izuku took a deep breath before he began to vibrate his body. The Fujiwara men observed as his body looked to be making afterimages, then blurry as he vibrated faster and faster than he looked normal, as if he wasn't vibrating. Izu, you okay? Taku asked. Yeah, I'm fine. This isn't as stressful as I thought it would be. I just have to concentrate. His voice was filtered, but it still sounded like him. Try moving and holding that state as long as you can, and when you're ready try to phase through that board. Taku suggested. For the next 2 hours Izuku ran through several drills to test his new technique. Becoming intangible and invisible was the easy part, but just being able to do that wasn't enough. His drills included him phasing through multiple, different walls of matter, turning it off on call and simulating saving someone. Becoming invisible to perform various tasks while deceiving several sensors and defense mechanisms in the lab. Using a dozen battle robots to attack him only for the attacks to phase through him and then destroying them in multiple ways. phasing through machine gun fire with rubber bullets from all sides and standing untouched from a massive flamethrower. Sticking relatively weak bombs to him and having him phase through a wall while keeping the bombs tangible. The most difficult aspect of his drills was phasing through matter while moving at anything beyond supersonic. Controlling his speed, maintaining his vibration state, dropping the state when necessary and keeping all of his senses alert to be aware of anyone in trouble required some serious concentration and multitasking on his part. He was sure he could use this technique reliably even after just one day of training, but it still needed more work. Let's call it a day, Izu. Remember, we're relaxing before school, plus aren't you going out tonight? The gray-haired teen asked. I could do this for days, Taku, you know that. But you're right, let's call it a day, Izuku said before leaving to take off the test suit. Meeting back with the Fujiwaras, he saw that Taku's mom had come down during his testing and was speaking with her son. His grandpa was reviewing the footage of his drills like a giddy schoolboy. Hello Mrs. Fujiwara, how are you today? He asked before respectfully bowing to the woman. I've been fine, Midoriya, I hear you have been doing quite well. You've certainly got my father-in-law in a good mood. Don't judge me, daughter. Every chance to see Midoriya casually break the laws of physics is a moment to bask in. Taku merely smiled at his grandfather before turning to his friend. He's gonna be in a good mood studying that footage for quite a while. Well, got a name for this new technique? Yeah, I came up with it during the drills, I call it Phase One, he said confidently. Taku just looked at him after hearing his answer, not saying a word. As your sidekick I have to tell you that's effing lame, he said bluntly. Don't judge me, I like it. The green-haired boy shot back defensively. Midoriya residence the next day. Izuku wakes up at his usual time to get up and do his morning routine. Last night was uneventful, so hopefully today will be more active. While most people would take this opportunity to sleep in, Izuku knows very well that villains can take advantage of morning peace. Plus he was really hoping for an opportunity to test out his new move on someone. He also knew that one wouldn't be very active today as he would be heading to Kawasaki later with his friends, so he would try to do as much harrowing as he could until they all had to meet at the dojo. He recommended against it, but Momo insisted that they all ride together in a limo, as she would be chauffeured anyway and had plenty of space. Taku didn't care and the other girls didn't seem to mind, so it was settled. Taku would meet at his place, she'd pick them up and they would go to the dojo to get the others. Izuku learned from Keizo a long time ago that as a martial artist, a strong one at that, it was important not to have a single ounce of useless muscle on the body. He had spent all of these years training his mind and body to be as strong as possible, and though he would never stop training, he decided that he didn't need to gain strength anymore as he had gained enough. So he stopped strength training and focused solely on form and technique in his workouts. His new morning routine consisted of a run around the city, then he would go to the beach to practice his fighting style. His run around the city was peaceful, no bad guys were acting up, people were making their way to work, all was right with the world. He ended his run at Dagoba Beach, going to the far side to practice in peace and trained for the next hour and a half. He then headed home to take a shower and have some breakfast before going back out and patrolling the city. The city was now active, and one was on the rooftops looking over the people for any and all crimes. He could see other heroes also on patrol, but he paid them no mind. Until school started he had loads of free time that he only normally had on the weekends, and he was going to use it. He had been a hero for almost half a year now, and he knew the city well enough to know the moment something was off. He leapt from the building he was standing on and using skywalk he arrived just in time to catch a window cleaning platform that had just snapped, saving the men standing on it. He then moved on to scoop up a woman crossing the street in time to not be hit by a clearly distracted driver. Two masked men were beating up a man in an alley. Just as one of them was about to hit him again, his arm was grabbed and he was horrified to see one. He and his accomplice were swiftly knocked out. He called the cops and got the man medical attention. Thief. Someone call a hero. He heard someone yell in the distance. Phase 1. Activating his new move, he took a shortcut through several buildings, coming out into an empty backstreet with a man wearing a mask carrying a briefcase running straight at him. He deactivated his technique and outstretched his right hand with the man running face first into it and using his own momentum to slam the thief's head to the ground. He calls the police and returns the briefcase to the owner. He suddenly hears a ruckus as he skywalks through the city. He looks down to see 8 men robbing a convenience store. They were carrying food, drinks, supplies, an ATM, and loading into a pickup truck. They all had black hoodies and black jeans with the same blonde hair and scar running down their foreheads. They're not even trying to disguise themselves. This is obviously some kind of cloning quirk. One thought as he sprung into action. The truck started and they were about to take off, but the truck wouldn't budge. The driver and front passenger looked ahead in horror, seeing the city's infamous Vigilante with his hand pressed on the hood keeping the car in place. The 2 clones narrow their eyes at the hero as the driver fully slams the gas. The car still doesn't move, with one's hand sinking into the metal as they could see the smoke and hear the sound of peeling tires. Then came a loud pop and the truck dropped. "What the hell?" the clones in the back yelled in unison. "I'm gonna need you guys to return all of that stuff," one said in a tone that left no room for debate. The clones got out of the truck and tried to gang up on him. The driver was first. He threw a punch that the hero easily dodges and counters with a punch to his side. To the hero's shock, the man dissolves into a brown puddle. "I'm gonna assume that that won't happen to the real one, so let's get this over with, shall we?" he said, getting into his stance and making them all shudder with fear. In a flash he delivered heavy blows to the 7 remaining men, but he was shocked again to see that they all dissolved into puddles. I guess the real one let his clones do all the work. It's smart if nothing else. The store employee had come out and had seen the entire incident. One helped him return all of the stolen goods and put the ATM back, giving him 2 free burgers before moving on. He stands on a building and scarfs down the 2 burgers, then goes back on watch. He rushes to help a couple being carjacked by 2 masked men. The men have their guns drawn and in the next moment they were gone. The 2 look at each other like Dumb and Dumber. "Hey guys, you know why guns are called the coward's weapon?" The potential car thieves turn around to see the illegal hero everyone talks about holding their guns in each of his hands. It's because there is no effort or challenge in it. Anyone can pull a trigger. "I will never understand how that makes some people feel powerful," he said casually before crushing the guns between his hands like soda cans. You're one?" the woman asked, sounding hopeful. The green-clad hero smiled. "That's right, and I got this," he declared, his hero voice shining with confidence. The failed thieves rush at him together. "Phase 1, he said as the men attacked him. One of them lunged at his head while the other went for his gut, but to their shock they phased right through him. The men were clearly shocked. One deactivated his technique, then grabbed them both by the head before slamming them together and knocking them out. He turned around to face the couple and saw that the woman was already calling the police. "You two okay?" he asked with a smile. "Yeah, thanks to you," the man said. He was a tall young man in his mid-20s with slick black hair wearing a black suit. "The police are on their way. One, thank you so much," said the woman with gratitude. She was average height, in her mid-20s with long brown hair with brown eyes, with a curvy figure wearing a yellow sundress. "It's crazy how a simple lunch with my wife could almost lead to this," the man said, annoyed at the potential thieves. "Yeah, I've often wondered why someone would actually take the time out to just ruin someone else's day. It vexes me how some people have nothing better to do." "Well, no matter what anyone else says, you are a hero in my book. One. Here, if you ever need a lawyer, give me a call," he said as he handed him a business card for him and his law firm. "Thank you. You folks have a good day," he said, giving them a smile before leaping away. He went back to flying across the city with Skywalk when he heard someone call his name. "One," came a voice that sounded like a child. He looked to his left to see a bluish, black-haired boy with big blue eyes who looked no older than 9 trying to wave him down. He goes down to see what this kid could want. "Hey kid, what's up?" he asks the boy the moment he landed. "I need help finding my sister Cat," he said casually. The hero raised an eyebrow under his mask and crossed his arms after hearing his request. "Your sister Cat?" The kid clearly heard his confusion in his voice. "Yeah, my sister Cat. She's my sister, but also my cat." Well, parents do treat their pets like their kids sometimes, so I guess this is just one of those. The hero thought. Okay, I'll help, but do you know where she is? What does she look like? She's about this big, and she's black. She likes to hang out in the trees in the park over there, but I can't climb the taller ones and she knows that. My mom wanted me to come get her, but she could be anywhere. The kid explained. Okay, I can help you out. What's her name? And yours? My name is Taro and my sister cat is Miyuki. He answered. All right, I got this, he exclaimed before he and the boy walked through the park to look for the cat. Using his scanners he was able to spot the cat laying on the branch of a tall tree. He jumps up, landing on the branch and crouches in front of the cat. It doesn't look afraid and welcomes his touch as he picks her up. He lands gently back on the ground and calls Taro over. Miyuki purred gently in his arms. He gently pets the cat and she clearly enjoys it. You're a good girl, aren't you? He says before bringing her up and rubbing noses. Suddenly the cat burst into a plume of smoke. He was still holding it, but it felt much heavier. As the smoke cleared, the cat was replaced with the form of a cute girl around his age, with big blue eyes, long black hair and wearing a white dress. The girl was beet red as her face was inches from his as he was lifting her up by holding her waist. If you two wanna make key ice, I can leave, you know. Came the teasing voice of Taro. Shut up, Taro, the girl yelled. Can you please put me down one? She asked in a much calmer tone. The hero placed her on the ground. The surprise of the situation finally faded a bit. So this is what you meant by sister cat? He said, looking at the young boy and understanding his words from earlier. Yeah, what did you think I meant? It's not important. Well, I'll be going now. You two get home safe and have a good day. He waved at the siblings as he prepared to take off. Wait, Miyuki blurted out. He stops himself before running off. Yes. Her cheeks grew a shade of pink as she made a cute, bashful, nervous expression. Can I feel your muscles? She said in a shy voice just audible. He gave her an assuring, confident smile. Sure you can, but why? He asked, genuinely curious. Her features visibly shifted. You got to feel on me, so I think it's fair I get to do you. She loves you, the young boy sang, playfully mocking his sister. I told you to shut up. She snapped at her brother. The girl then went on to feel all over the hero. She started with his arms, then his abs and then chest. She then looked up into his eyes, but she couldn't see them through the lenses. The way she was touching him could very much qualify as an intimate moment. She then backed off satisfied. Thank you, one. You know you're the first person to ever ask to feel me up. I don't particularly mind though. I'm off. You two take care. He said before he ran off, leaving a mild gust of wind and a smiling, happy girl in his wake. One was running across rooftops doing parkour as he wondered if he had more fans like that girl when he heard Taku speak into his cowl. That was a little weird, don't you think? Meh, not really. Anything for my fans, right? I guess. You got an hour before Yaoyorozu should be at your place to pick us up. When are you going to head home? I'll head home in about a half hour. It'll give me time to decompress and change. Okay, I'll see you in a bit, Taku said. Ending his call with his sidekick, he goes back on alert. Spread out and keep your eyes open for one. He's been spotted around the city all day. If you see him, let me know. I'll be the one to bring him in. One heard someone say pretty close by, but he was pretty sure who it was. Walking to the ledge on the other side of the building he was standing on, looking down he could see Endeavor and the flaming sidekickers. He knew it was just a matter of time before he had a run-in with the number 2 hero, and with him being so active and in the news for something almost every week plus the public talking about him constantly, it was inevitable. Didn't realize I was such a popular guy today, he said loud enough for the pros to hear. Looking up, the pros could see the infamous Vigilante they were looking for. The flame hero looked up at him with a naturally angry expression. Perfect timing. Now come with me quietly down to the station, you wannabe hero. I'm afraid I have to decline, Endeavor. Today is too good a day for something like that, he kindly said in a tone that only seemed to fan the hero's flames. He blasts off towards one using flashfire, but the illegal hero was already expecting this. He'll just chase after me, so I've got to quickly end this and get far enough away," he thought as the hero got closer. Endeavor shoots a blast of fire at him and he backflips to avoid it, landing in the center of the roof as the number 2 hero reaches the top. One gets in his stance, he knows what he has to do, and he could perfectly predict what Endeavor was going to do. His prediction was spot on as the hero rushed at him, cocking back his right hand into a flaming fist. Phase 1. He vibrates his body, making himself intangible as the pro throws his flaming punch at his face, passing completely through him. In that moment he was clearly shocked, but he didn't have a chance to dwell on it, as in that same moment one shifts and sinks his left fist into the hero's lower right abdomen. The pro coughs, dropping to a knee and clutching his lower body, clearly in a lot of pain. "Sorry for that if it's any consolation, but I knew you'd just keep hounding me, so I had to hit you hard enough that you couldn't," he said gently yet stern. The pro hero only looked at him with a look of unbridled hatred, trying to stand, but it was clear the pain was too much. "Well, I'm off, take care, Endeavor," one said, giving a salute with his right middle and index finger before flying away with Skywalk. He was high in the air, soaring across the sky, when he heard a blast. Looking back, he could see the flame hero blasting after him with his flames. The look of rage on his face was one only Kachan could mirror. Even in his early days of quirk analysis, it was obvious that Endeavor's weakness was overheating. He kicked harder off the air, creating much larger, powerful and louder sonic booms, allowing him to soar faster and forcing Endeavor to turn up the heat just to try to keep up. He added zigzags and changed his direction in various ways so quickly the pro couldn't possibly keep up. The pro was going at full speed and wasn't even close to capturing the Vigilante. After barely 2 minutes of chasing one across the city, he was suffering from the drawbacks of his quirk. He refused to let the illegal hero get away. He was pissed and needed answers. The pain of his punch was still coursing through his body. He had seen videos of one, and had heard the rumors of him having multiple quirks, but the most interesting and infuriating rumor was that he was comparable to All Might. Which didn't take long for him to see that it was true. As Endeavor kept pursuing the illegal hero, one suddenly stopped and floated in the air for a moment, looking directly at the incoming flame hero. A sly smile stretched across his face. He kicked the air, rushing head-on at a speed even faster than the pro. Endeavor cocks back another flaming fist. He and ONE are just meters from hitting each other. Skywalk. Flash step. In a flash the Vigilante was gone, with Endeavor's punch hitting nothing but air. He stopped himself, looking around and floating in mid-air. Anger burned in him as he realized one was gone, and from the start he never had a chance of catching him. He leans up against a wall and nurses his lower abdomen. When he makes it back on the ground, his vision is blurry and his breathing is difficult. His sidekicks should show up any minute to cool him down. He was suddenly drenched in cold water from above that shocked and surprised him but was blissful. Looking up through the water, he could see one, on top of the building he was leaning against, emptying a gallon jug of water on him. "I know about your quirk and its drawbacks, Endeavor. You really pushed it trying to catch me. I know it's not a lot, but I hope this negates the drawbacks somewhat," one said in his hero voice as he finished emptying the jug. The number 2 pro felt much better after that drenching, but his natural scowl still didn't fade as he looked at the Vigilante with many thoughts. "Before you ask, no, I didn't already have this. After I lost you, I ran into a nearby convenience store and bought this because I knew you'd need it. Well, I'm off," one saluted again with a smile as he took off, throwing the empty water jug in a dumpster as he ended his patrol for the day. Izuku changes out of his costume and makes it home to find his mom talking to Taku, who was wearing a black t-shirt over gray cargo shorts and black sneakers. After a little chatter, he finally is able to get changed. He threw on a blue t-shirt over black shorts and a different version of his usual red shoes that were black with white soles. He felt he looked good and he was looking forward to this. He knew this wasn't a date by any stretch of the imagination, but maybe he could have a chance to shoot his shot with Momo. The bell rang with Izuku answering it to see Momo at the door. Her hair was in her trademark spiky ponytail and she was wearing a red, short-sleeve sundress and black ankle boots. He was mesmerized as he took in her gorgeous figure. "Hey Momo, you look amazing, it's good to see you," he said with a confident smile. "Thank you, you look good as well Izuku, are you ready to go?" She also said with a smile. Yep. Come on Taku. I'll see you later mom. He called for his friend as he went downstairs and got in the limo with Momo. The limo wasn't long but should still be spacious enough for everyone. The interior was black with long seats covering the whole right side and the back. The front left had a smaller seat, long enough for about 2 people. Right beside that was a snack station that just happened to have Machiko's favorite beer. There were 3 TVs, one above the snack station, one in the back left corner and one above the right side seats. He and Momo took a seat in the back as Taku made it down and got in. The 3 talked about various things, from hanging out again to school in a few days. The subject of one's hero app even came up, with Taku saying he could have it done in 2 weeks as he was busy with other stuff. They quickly arrived at the dojo and let themselves into the main house to find Keizo, Machiko and Kyuki waiting for them in the living room. The masters were dressed casually. Keizo was wearing a black collar t-shirt that showcased his muscles with gray jeans and black dress shoes. Machiko was wearing a tight, black t-shirt with black skinny jeans and black mid-calf boots. Her outfit from top to bottom really showcased her figure. While Kyuki with her hair straight was wearing a light green sleeveless blouse, black mid-calf skinny jeans and white and green low tops. You kiddies looking forward to this? Machiko asked the trio. Yes ma'am. This is gonna be fun. Taku said with a sly grin. While Momo and Izuku responded with a firm, joyous yes. Ms. Tabahara, mind if I use your bathroom? The Greynet asked. Sure go ahead, down the hall first door on the right. The woman responded while pointing to the hall on the left with her thumb. Taku makes his way to the nearest bathroom while Izuku and Momo talk with the Tabaharas. So are you all ready to go? Momo asks. We're all dressed, we're just waiting for Sake to get dressed. You two looking, Kyuki said in a bubbly tone. You look great too, Izuku complimented, as she truly did as mirrored Momo's. There was the distinct sound of flesh hitting flesh with force followed by a loud crash and then a door slamming. Everyone in the room moved to the hallway on the left side of the room to see Taku comically falling out of the wall upside down. He was clearly in a lot of pain made evident from the fact he was clutching his groin. Izuku got down, clearly very concerned for his friend. Taku, are you okay? What happened? The boy groaned as he tried to speak. I just got my A kicked by a say why, topless girl is all. He said in a rough joking voice. Izuku looked at his friend with a raised eyebrow and a confused expression. The 3 Tabaharas seemed to already know the exact series of events. Keizo and Kyuki sighed while Machiko had a small smirk. Sake forgot to lock the door again. Kyuki said with an unamused smile. Flashback to a minute prior. Takumi Fujiwara was on his way to use the restroom and take a quick whiz before hitting the road to the festival. He had been to the dojo several times since having known Izuku and had a good rapport with the masters. He became quick friends with Kyuki and he was sure Sake was slowly warming up to him. She may have been a little rough around the edges but she was still hot and was definitely his type. They would be classmates so it wouldn't hurt to get close to her. He opened the door to the bathroom and froze. It all happened in slow motion. His brown eyes met Indigo. His eyes then scanned the form of Sake Okoto who was wearing a completely shocked expression, mouth agape. She was naked, her double Ds mesmerizing, wearing nothing but her cream color panties. Telling from how she was holding them she was in the process of putting them on as they hadn't passed her sweet cheeks. At the angle she was standing he could just see her small, pink womanhood. The shocked look on her face shifted quickly to one of pure anger with murder in her eyes as she quickly pulls up her underwear. Taku is so taken by her body he doesn't register her malice until he is pummeled by a blurring barrage of kicks that stun him in place with the first one connecting with his groin. After kicking him 8 times Sake spins and connects a punch to Taku's left cheek sending him down the hall, making him flip a few times before crashing into the wall at the end upside down. She slams the door behind her to finish changing. Taku slowly walks off the pain. The only part of him really hurting was his crotch and his jaw. Kyuki takes this time to apologize for her friend. Taku takes it in stride, joking that Sake was better built than he thought. Kyuki assures him that she'll get over it but to not be surprised if she treats him like a pervert for the next few weeks. Soon Sake came out wearing a black mid-length sleeve crop top with dark blue booty shorts and black ankle boots, her figure matching Momo and Kyuki. Machiko gave her a look that said, "We'll talk later," and they all loaded up in the limo headed to Kawasaki City. After an hour drive they make it to the Connemara Festival. All around they could see citizens and foreigners alike taking part in the festivities. Phallic decorations, shrine models and subjective images were everywhere and everyone looked to be having a good time. After parking they all exited the limo one after the other. "Welcome to the Connemara Festival, kiddies. I assure you you will not forget this day," Machiko said with a knowing grin. "Ha ha ha, you see photos online every year but it doesn't truly become funny until you're actually out here." Taku laughed. "I wouldn't laugh, shouldn't you offer prayers at the Kaneyama shrine? Still hurts, doesn't it?" Kyuki joked. "Oso Kaneyama Hiko no Kami and Haim no Kami passed over me, saving my descendants from certain annihilation from the full force of Saki's foot," he joked dramatically, looking at the girl in question who simply responded with a HMPH while sticking her nose up. "Okoto, how many times do I have to say it? I'm sorry, alright." He put strong emphasis on it this time as her attitude was slightly annoying him. "You know what, you strike me as a girl with a sweet tooth. I'm gonna go buy you some candy, let's get festive," he exclaimed as the group walked to a stand selling phallic-shaped candy. He buys 4 pea-shaped candies for the women of the group. They were cream-colored at the base while the tip was chocolate brown. The young inventor was secretly setting in motion a perverse plan which Machiko saw right through but still played along. The 3 girls were hesitant to accept the candy at first, but with some goading from the eldest woman they did. Izuku saw right through Taku when he went to buy the candy, but he secretly wanted to see Momo eat it. This type of thing was a given when coming out to the Connemara Festival. Keizo turned his back watching the festivities as he knew what was coming, and no amount of alcohol and therapy would get the image of what his sister was about to teach these girls, namely his own daughter, from his mind. "Alright, let me show you little girls the way a real woman should eat this stuff. First grab the stick with your left hand." She took a firm grip on the stick of her candy. "Then gently key the tip," she said in a low seductive tone as she keyed the candy. Sake and Momo's cheeks were a shade of pink as they followed her instructions while Kyuki looked excited as she did the same. Machiko looked at Momo. "What an amateur, putting it in your mouth at the start. You lick the tip with your tongue first." Her voice was still low and seductive as she corrected the girl. "Then you move a little lower, and you lick the part that's hard. Then you slowly lick from the bottom, back to the top. Move your tongue around the entire tip as you lick it." The 3 teenage girls, though blushing, were following her every step. Taku was clearly excited by this while Izuku was barely keeping it together as a group of guys were starting to form around them and those in earshot listened intently to the scene. "Then you put it in your mouth for the first time. Take care to keep it from your teeth." Her voice remained low and seductive as the women took the phallic candy into their mouths. "Put it in your mouth slowly. Be sure it doesn't touch the back of your throat. Use your tongue to rub it back and forth," she continued, the words and actions of the scene now having the attention of over 20 guys. One of them was hyperventilating and others clearly becoming erect. "Don't move your hand, move your head. Move it to the back of your mouth, taking it in as far as possible," she instructed the girls as she began slowly bobbing her head on the candy, with Momo, Kyuki and Sake doing the same. "Speed up. Use your right hand simultaneously to rub the base," she said in a slightly firmer tone, and in the next moment all 4 women were bobbing their heads on their candy, having followed the older woman's instructions to the letter. Machiko, in the process of her own bobbing, looked at the 3 girls skillfully handling their candy, proud that they were all fast learners. "Now for the fun part. That's right, that's how you do it. Ah, I'm getting excited now." Her voice was still seductive as her eyes became serious. "And then, bite it as hard as you can," she said in a stern voice before biting off the tip of the candy, with each girl following suit. There were immediately several screams of pain as every man engrossed in this scene dropped to the ground with nosebleeds and clutching their groins. Taku was one of them while Izuku was doing his damnedest to not succumb to the pain coursing through his manhood. "This is actually pretty good," Sake said. "Yes, It is very tasty all things considered. Momo agreed. When it breaks it's just normal candy. Hiyuki chimed in. She looked around at the more than 24 guys curled up on the ground. There are a lot of guys over there, she said with a mischievous smile. Keizo looked at his sister with a reluctant expression. Every year, you've done this year, you've come out here since you were 17 and you've continued to corrupt the minds of the youth. He said with closed eyes in a defeated tone with a sheepish smile. I am merely being a dutiful teacher of young women, big brother. Machiko said as she looked out and counted all of the downed men. 29, a new record. We fooled a lot of them this year, I'm happy with this, she said with a sly grin. She then looks down at the curled up grainet they brought with them. You okay, Fujiwara? She joked with a grin. Yeah, I'm fine, it still hurts from where Sake kicked me. I'm good, he said in a low joking voice, giving a thumbs up while still on the ground, clearly lying. That perverted bug, I hope it hurts, Sake said, looking down at him. Hiyuki runs over to Izuku, who seemed to be deep in thought. So Izuku, which one of us was the best at eating candy? She asked with a seductive grin. Yes, Izuku, I think we all want the answer to that, Momo said in a playfully nudging tone as she smiled at him. Izuku chuckled nervously while rubbing the back of his head. I didn't know it was a competition, it looked educational though, is what he said, but internally he's trying to fight the pain in his loins and quell the rise of his half-boner. Hiyuki only pouted at his response, not being what she wanted to hear. She grabbed his hand, pulling him off and ordering the other to catch up. The day went on with the group enjoying the festivities. The group bought some phallic-shaped food and Taku had everyone laughing when he put it in his cheek and gagged. Izuku, Taku and Kiyuki bought some opai hoodies which Sake and Momo had a good laugh at. They even saw a shrine battle that was funny as hell. They visited the shrine and offered prayers because why not? Izuku and Taku enjoyed V-shaped candy, which caused a group of 14 girls to stare and be mesmerized by their skills as they ate it. Hiyuki and Momo were blushing, clearly becoming wet, staring intently at Izuku. Sake was in the same boat as she tried to hide her blush and ignore the moisture coming from her womanhood as she kept stealing glances at Taku. Hiyuki and Taku were joking constantly while Izuku and Momo were having great convos. They all had fun playing festival games and trying various foods. Machiko found a stand that was selling swords and she decided to get a wakizashi for her newest kenjutsu student. I'll take this one. She decided to buy a wakizashi with a blue sheath with a silver guard that had a dragon design. She then asks the vendor for a block of wood to test it on. After getting one, she throws it up, spinning it clockwise before swinging the sword, cutting the block vertically right down the middle and catching the now 2 pieces of wood. Perfect, she said as she inspected the sword. Adding to your collection? Asked Izuku, who approached the stand. Not really, just buying a training sword for my newest student in swordsmanship. He's a boy who wants to be a hero despite having a villainous quirk, apparently one sent him to the dojo, she said with a small grin while giving Izuku a knowing look. Izuku smiled as he remembered meeting his first fan, Rin Okumura. If one sent him your way, I'm sure the kid will be a great hero. The sun was beginning to set, so the group decided to make their way back to the limo. This was a good day filled with laughter, celebration and plenty of photos. They had to walk a few blocks to get to the car, with the parking being crazy. When they made it to where the limo is parked, the wall to their right suddenly exploded. They all turn around to see 6 men burst out of the smoke, wearing masks and carrying some kind of stolen goods. The 2 groups looked at each other for a moment. Izuku was about to take them down, but someone else beat him to it. You bugs are annoying, came the voice he registered as Saki's as he felt a wave of pressure pass over him. If one were to look at the ash-blonde girl, they would see that her eyes were glowing white as all of the thieves' eyes rolled back into their heads before dropping everything and passing out. Ah, and here I wanted a chance to show off. Way to steal my shine, Sake. Hiyuki complained dramatically. I just want to get going. Who has time for this kind of nonsense? Well, we still have to call this in, Keizo stated before pulling out his phone. Momo looked uneasy. She closed her eyes and shook her head while Taku was trembling, sweating lightly and breathing heavily. He knew what was wrong and wasn't surprised it bothered him more than Momo, so he put a hand on his friend's shoulder. "Taku, you okay?" The boy was finally able to get his breathing under control, but he was still on edge. "Yes, I just got crazy chills. What in the world was that?" "It's a little something called power aura. When you become a powerful martial artist, you can learn to project your willpower onto others to intimidate, force them into submission, or in this case knock them out. It's a useful technique to have and something all high-level martial artists can learn at its basic level. It's a good way to avoid confrontation or do a little fodder control when you're outnumbered or just don't feel like dealing with scrubs. The stronger the user, the stronger the technique." Machiko chimed in. "Shake it off, Momo." "I have. It was just shocking. My hair is still standing on end. I had no idea there was such an ability. I never mentioned it before." The black-haired girl merely shook her head. "No." "Well, now you know," she said nonchalantly. "Wait, she didn't know about it either. Why did it affect me more than her?" Taku asked. "Because you're not as strong as me, Sake is," Hyuki and Sake said in unison. "Wow, way to just cut me down," Taku exclaimed dramatically. Hearing what the master said, it made him remember someone that happened with one a few weeks ago. There was a hostage situation at an anime studio. A man had accused the studio of stealing his idea and held several people in the building at gunpoint using his quirk. One was able to sneak into the building and confront him as the pros and police were trying to negotiate. He was watching from the lab as one tried to calmly talk to him, but the guy was just too unstable. He was yelling and moved so erratic that it surprised him when in one moment the man's face made a shocked expression as his eyes rolled back into his head and he passed out. At the time he just figured all the excitement got to the poor guy, but now he knows, so that explains that, he said, putting a finger to his chin. The police came and arrested the still unconscious thieves and the group headed home. The teens chatted amicably about the upcoming school year, with Izuku promising to train with Momo and hang out a lot until he had school. The rest of the break flew by and it was time for the first day of school. Izuku had gotten up and done his morning workout and routine. He had laid out his new uniform the night before and was looking forward to his first day at school. His Sake High School uniform was a black blazer over a white dress shirt, a black, red and white pinstripe tie and black pants. His indoor shoes should be in his locker when he gets there. He gives his mom a hug and a key before heading out to the train station. He runs into Taku on the way, and when they arrive they find the girls already there. They were wearing their own version of the uniform. Their tops were the same as the boys, but they were wearing red skirts. Hyuki was wearing high socks and Sake was wearing legging shorts under her skirt. They hop on the train and go. They arrive at their destination in Fuji City in about a half hour and make their way to school. "So we're all in Class S, right? In the top class right out the gate. Let's keep it that way, people," Hyuki cheered. "This is a prestigious school. Good grades are the be-all end-all here. None of us are stupid, so we should be fine," Taku stated. "I think that's it right down the street," Sake said as she pointed. Izuku suddenly feels a shift in the air. "Hey Taku, can you hold my bag for me? I just remembered there's something I have to handle before school," he asked, giving him a knowing look. The boy could tell instantly that this was something one related, so he didn't hesitate or question it. Sure. He gave his book bag to his friend and jogged back down the street, something that was very strange to the girls. "Izuku, you're gonna be late. Want me to come with you?" Hyuki asked. "Don't worry, I'll catch up," he yelled back, not even turning around. "He's a big boy, Tabahara, he'll be fine. Let's go." Taku urged the girl to let it go. Izuku got far enough away and dipped into an alley to change into his costume. He jumped to the rooftops just in time to see a large explosion of energy far in the distance a few miles away, the force of which spread throughout the city, causing windows, walls and concrete to crack. He leaps high and far into the air, and using skywalk he arrived at the scene in seconds. Looking from the air, all he could see was destruction. Almost a mile of the city had been demolished, buildings were destroyed, vehicles were crushed, injured, unconscious and possibly dead people were scattered throughout the area. There was a huge crater at the center of the destruction, and standing in it was a person he assumed was a man. They were tall, veiny, muscular, had blue skin, a bald head with pointy ears and two rounded antennas sticking from their forehead, also for some reason they were completely naked but didn't have any junk. The man flexed his arms as his body began to glow with a blue electric aura. He jumped into the air facing the hero. They both float in the air looking at each other. One was still trying to make sense of this sudden random destruction as something like this goes way beyond a standard villain attack. This man had a look of pure anger and vengeance. Whatever his goal in all this, he was determined to achieve it. He lets out a yell as he raises his arms and 4 large balls of energy appear above him. He roars as he makes a throwing motion and the energy balls go flying past the hero at speeds many times faster than sound. They fly off in separate directions, cluing one in that he didn't care what he hit, but the blasts were heading for several buildings and he had to move fast. Skywalk. Flash step. Using his faster version of Skywalk, he makes it past and gets in front of one of the balls as it was about to crash into the top of a tall building. He kicks the energy ball into space. In a flash he makes it to another and kicks it to the mountain area, causing a large explosion. He flashes again and backhands another ball, this time to his left, making it crash in Saruga Bay, causing a large explosion of water. He gets in front of the final ball and catches it with both hands. He kicks the air to stop himself before they break through the safety glass behind him, to the relief of the horrified office workers. In that same motion he launches off the air at high speeds in the direction of the still floating blue man. He cocks his arm back and throws the energy ball back at him, far faster than he did. The blue man barely has time to throw both his arms out to fire another energy ball to cancel the one coming at him. The 2 balls of energy collide, causing a loud, powerful explosion that sends shockwaves across the city. One was miles away as he continued flying towards the blue man, who suddenly let gravity take him and he fell back to the ground. One could hear the screams and panic of the people as they tried to get away from the scene. He saw several people wearing his school uniform. Some first day of school this turned out to be. He said in a solemn voice. A blue laser suddenly shot in the air, slashing across several buildings left to right, exploding all the areas affected. I'm putting an end to this. He roared as he flashed to his enemy. Mommy, are you okay? Asked a little girl as her mother's leg had just been crushed by a car. I'm fine, baby. Listen to me, you have to get out of here. Get out of the disaster zone, find your dad and stay together. Can you do that for me? The little girl's face became bewildered along with her terror. What, I can't leave you, we'll find daddy together. He voiced clearly scared. I'm sorry, sweetie, but my leg's crushed and I can't run away anymore, but you can. You have to go, now, the mother pleaded. The little girl's breaths became heavy as she couldn't find it within herself to abandon her mom when she was hurt. It doesn't matter, I'm not letting a single one of you vermin escape. Came a voice that gave the mother and daughter chills. With the girl turning around and the mother looking up, they could see the monster that had destroyed their neighborhood, carrying an aura that promised death. Both watched in horror as the blue man drew closer and closer. Teruko, run. The mother said in a stern voice. Her daughter didn't move though. Teruko, run. This time she yelled. Still her daughter didn't move. Her back was to her, but she didn't have to see her face to know that she was frozen with fear, given her trembling. Get away from us. The mother roared at the approaching man, who kept silent and kept advancing. I said stay away, she roared. He kept coming. Don't touch my daughter. He was now standing in front of the girl, extending a giant hand to crush her. Please, don't touch her. The mother pleaded with tears now streaming down her face. The blue man closes his hand on the girl, expecting to crush her like a grape, only to have grabbed nothing but air. He looks to his right to see the little girl held gently in the arms of the one that stopped his attack from before. He gave a curious look before asking, Who are you? I am one. Who are you and why are you attacking the city like this? His tone demanded an answer. His vengeful scowl from earlier suddenly returned. Why, you ask? Because it's my mission. Your mission? One asked, stunned by his response. That's right, it is my mission to wipe every single human being off the face of the earth. As a result of the years of industrialization, pollution and the outright victimization of nature, Mother Nature herself has created me to take vengeance on humanity. I am the wrath of Mother Nature incarnate. I was born from the constant pollution festered on the earth. I am Vaccine Man. For centuries the race of vermin known as humanity have been nothing but parasites, beeping off her precious life force. The purpose of my very being is to eliminate each and every one of you, and restore the world to its true beauty. He yelled with passion and conviction. One, after hearing his words, took it as some kind of eco-terrorist. He was clearly strange and had a powerful quirk, so he had to be careful. He had to face him right here and protect the mother and daughter. Mom's leg was clearly in bad shape. Even if he could get them both to safety, that still left this guy a window to do more damage, plus he had class in 20 minutes. I won't deny that all of those are issues that need to be corrected, but that doesn't give you the right to hurt innocent people who are just trying to live their lives. One yelled in a stern voice. You fool, didn't you hear a word I said? I didn't give myself this right. He looks down at the mother stuck under the car before raising a foot over her head. Mother Nature did. He brings down a foot to crush the mother's head, but before he could even lower it, one sinks a flying kick into his gut while still holding the girl in his arms. The force of the kick so strong it made Vaccine Man puke up green blood and send him flying, leaving shockwaves in his wake. He put the little girl down next to her mom. Stay with your mom, I promise everything will be okay, because I got this. He said confidently as he gave her a toothy smile. From the moment he took her into his arms, the little girl couldn't describe it, but everything about this hero just made her feel safe. The terror she felt faded when he snatched her from the hand of death and held her. She smiled and gave him a nod as she cried tears of joy. He used his scanners to see the mother's leg under the car. Lifting it, he was able to free her. It didn't look as bad as he thought, but he still quickly made a splint for her and headed down the street to finish Vaccine Man. Nature's vengeance was on all fours, coughing up blood and desperately trying to stand. He was able to stand on bended knee. How dare you? Attack Mother Nature's apostle and defy her will. He was cut off by the hero, giving him a one-legged donkey kick to the chin, launching him into the air at high speeds and further stunning him. He's sent 100 meters in the air, but to his horror the hero is above in mid-back flip. One kicks him in the head, sending him back to the ground. He then appears beneath him and kicks him diagonally to the right. He appears in front of him again and punches him straight ahead. Vaccine Man continued to bounce across the sky like a pinball. The shockwaves and sound of each blow could be seen and heard from those who were watching from below. One final hard hit sends him flying back to the ground, breaking the sound barrier many times over. One beats him to the ground and raises his hand and catches him with his hand, sinking into the large man's stomach. One flips him onto the ground after his massive blue body went limp. This has definitely been my most intense morning. He pulled out his hero phone to check the time. So I've got 16 minutes. I can spend the next 10 helping people and then get to class, and if I'm late I can just say I was caught up in this. He pocketed his phone and in no time flat he was able to get all the injured people out of the disaster area. Unfortunately, despite all the good he did, several people died in the initial explosion. Many were critically and seriously injured, but none were life-threatening. He couldn't help but wonder that he could have saved those lost if he just responded to the disturbance he felt sooner. Several local pros recognized him as the Musutafu Vigilante, but at that point his job was done, so he booked it to a secluded spot to change out of his costume and head to school. It's a good thing we had the idea to head the school so early. I should probably keep it that way. I could do a splash of hero work in this city from time to time. He thought. Still, Vaccine Man was a strange character. All that talk of being born from nature and killing people as his mission. He was strong. If I wasn't around, things may have been a lot worse. Still, I can't shake the feeling that this is just the beginning of something crazy. He thought as he lightly jogged to school. Thoughts for later. For now let's focus on if I'll even have a first day of school. He thought as he smiled to himself. Class 1s. Izuku mumbled under his breath as he ran the halls of his new school trying to find his classroom. The halls were empty as he had less than a minute to get to class before the bell was supposed to ring. He was now lightly sprinting through the halls of the vast school, thinking that it would be embarrassing if he was the only one late on the first day of school. There were metal hanging signs with the year and letter of the classrooms above the left side of the doors he was passing. Class 1A. He reads as he passes the room. Heading further up the hall he finds Class 1S and opens the door just as the bell rings. All eyes are on him as he opens the door to the giant classroom that favored a 5-star hotel. The room was incredible. There was a glass ceiling, high-class artwork on the walls and ornamental plants. Looking to his left he could see there was a large 3-step wooden stage with a long table almost as long as the stage, and instead of a chalkboard or a whiteboard there were 8 wall-sized plasma screens. There were 20 fancy adjustable chairs with each 4 in cross positions with a coffee table in the middle. He was told in his acceptance letter that as a Class S student he would receive a laptop, an air conditioner, a fridge and several other perks. He looks around and sees his new classmates making a first impression. He could see his friends sitting together in the center of the room. "It's good for you to join us, young man. You avoided tardiness on day 1 by the skin of your teeth," joked a man he assumed was his teacher. He was a tall man with short black hair and brown eyes with a stubbly beard. He was wearing a black suit with a white shirt and a gray tie. "Yeah, sorry about that, sir. I kinda let time get away from me." "It's fine. It's only the first day. Go on and take your seat." Izuku did as he was told, sitting with the others and thanking Taku with a silent look when he saw he had put his bag beside his seat. The bearded teacher stands in front of the table as he addresses the class. "Now that we're all here, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shota Yamamoto and I'll be your homeroom teacher. Welcome to Sakai High School. As I am sure many of you are aware, this is a very prestigious institution with very high standards for all of our students, and as Class S it's even more for you. However, we are sure that each of you have your own goals and ambitions and we'll do all in our power to help you achieve those. As your teacher I ask that you give me your absolute best. Your academic performance will grant you a very smooth and comfortable school life with all the perks, but that can always be liable to change. You have 3 years to build a stellar student resume. Excelling and graduating from here in the top percentile can grant you all the connections and opportunities money can buy. I suggest you all take advantage of your position, but most importantly, enjoy your experience here." The students took in their teacher's words with many thoughts going between all of them. This school was merely a stepping stone for all of them. This school is a perfect place to set themselves up for their respective futures, so they all had to keep his words in mind. The group, however, had their own first impressions of their new teacher. "I think I already like him more than any of my junior high teachers," Izuku thought. "He seems like a relatively cool teacher, for now anyway." Taku thought. "This is your start, don't blow it, Sake," the girl said to herself. Our new teacher's kinda hot, definitely would be if he lost the stubble. He's worse than my dad in that regard," Hiyuki thought. "Now that that's over with, now we'll be heading to opening ceremonies, after which you all will introduce yourselves to the class. I'll hand you all the syllabus and you're free to go. Feel free to explore the school and get acquainted with your new surroundings, maybe join a club." The class nodded, ready to cruise through the first day of school. In a villain transport truck, Vaccine Man was strapped to a bed in various restraints. After one had defeated him, local pros and authorities were quick to restrain his unconscious body and get him loaded up. He had caused so much destruction in such a short period that it instantly became one of the worst villain attacks in history. Many had to admit that if not for one it would have been much worse. But that raised the question, one was only active in Musudafu, what was he doing in Fuji City and where did he go? Many witnesses reported seeing him stop the villain's energy attacks, and defeat him, and save hundreds of people in the danger zone. But then he was just gone. The news was quick to pick up on the story, and in a breaking news report told of the attack on Fuji City so early in the morning, with one receiving the credit for stopping the disaster. Several surviving street cameras were able to record Vaccine Man's initial attack, one saving a mother and daughter, and several civilians recorded one pummeling the villain in the sky. The truck carrying Vaccine Man was passing through the countryside on its way to Tartarus prison. The machine hooked up to him and reading his vitals showed that he was fine. He had just been beaten really badly, so they could skip the hospital and throw him straight into a cell for interrogation. The blue, muscular man had been unconscious since he was beaten by one. His breathing was steady and they were keeping him sedated because of his powerful quirk, whatever it was. There was one medic and one guard in the back with him, while there was a driver and a hero up front. Vaccine Man's eyes suddenly flashed to life. What is this?" He growled as he struggled against his restraints. Hi, you're going to Tartarus. The guard casually mocked. Tartarus, what is that, you worm? Oh, you haven't heard of it? It's the Supermax prison where they keep you bound up just like this until you die. The guard smiled as continued to mock the tied-down man. The blue man scowled as veins began to bulge. You petulant fool. You think you can bind me? He roared as his body erupted with a blue energy causing the truck to explode. The truck was engulfed in fire. Body parts of the men inside were scattered, and exiting the inferno was Vaccine Man. He stood confident as his power flared, causing the ground to shake. Rage fueled him as he remembered how he ended up in this situation. That human, that filthy parasite. He growled, remembering the face and power of one. Next time I face him I won't be caught off guard. He's no different from any other human I must exterminate, he said as he jumped into the air and flew in the direction of the nearest city. Faculty room. So Aizawa, I see you haven't expelled anyone this time around. Who was the top scorer in your quirk apprehension test? Nezu asked the erasure hero. The top scorer this time was Momo Yaoyorozu, one of our recommendation students. She got the top scores in almost every test, only losing in the ball throw. Sounds like we've got a talented set of first years this year. Midnight chimed in. No one is lacking talent, at least, Aizawa stated. Well, it's good to have such a fine crop of first-year students. Now on to the reason I called this meeting, Nezu said as he pressed a button on a remote and the report of the incident in Fuji City came up on the screen in front of the room. The news reported that a powerful villain had appeared out of nowhere and caused major destruction to a portion of the city. They went on to say how over 24 were killed and over 100 more were seriously injured. They then spoke about how the Musudafu Vigilante one appeared and stopped the madness. Several photos and videos of the attack appeared on screen, from the villain using a laser to destroy several buildings, to one saving a mother and daughter, to one defeating the villain. Several people were interviewed and spoke of how one saved the day before. Their local pros even showed up, with many of them thanking him. The news then reported on how the villain responsible was taken to custody and is being transported to Tartarus. Nezu then paused the screen. It seems our local illegal hero is expanding, Nezu stated calmly. Several teachers in the room, namely All Might, Eraserhead and Hound Dog, groaned after hearing this. He's been active for months and has gotten involved in hundreds of incidents. Do we still not know who he is? Ectoplasm asked. To no one in particular. Unfortunately no. Despite the best efforts of pros and the police, no one has been able to surmise his identity as of yet, Nezu answered. I'll be blunt, I don't like the guy. I don't think that this is a game to him, nor do I think he's secretly a villain like other pros would claim. But his complete disregard for the rules bothers me. Even if it's for the sake of saving someone, the guy doesn't care one bit about how he does it. He also doesn't care about fighting pros. We've clashed on multiple occasions and I've tried spying on him to no avail. But my biggest concern is that he'll inspire others to follow his path. He's strong, consistent, and he's effective, and it doesn't help that the media and the public always talk about and praise him. But young impressionable kids who aspire to be heroes are watching him, and it sets a bad precedent, Aizawa said, clearly annoyed with the actions of the illegal hero. There have been rumors going around that he's as strong as you. What do you think about that, All Might? Smintos asked. The symbol of peace in his skinny form crossed his arms before speaking. I don't know if he's stronger than me, but he's definitely faster. I have encountered him 3 times and he always gets away from me. I can't relate to Aizawa. I've never fought the guy, but given what I've seen he may give a run for my money. There's also the fact he has multiple quirks, and that's actually the biggest reason I want to catch and question him. Do we have any idea of how many he has? Because given what we've seen, this definitely isn't the work of a single quirk. Midnight asked. All we can say for a fact is that he has super strength, speed, durability, he can fly by kicking off the air, and he's also a skilled hand-to-hand combatant, Nezu said as he sipped his tea. Actually, the other day I saw him run through a glass window to stop some robbers. Aizawa spoke up. You did say he doesn't care how he saves someone. I guess that includes destruction of property, Smintos stated. Eraser's eyes narrowed. No. He ran through the glass as if he were intangible. These words shocked his fellow staff. We need to find him and lock him up before he ruins the good name of heroes. Hound Dog roared. Nezu put his tea down as began to gather his words. I actually have a theory that could help us unmask him, he said, getting the attention of his staff. I have been doing my own quiet investigation of one for a few months now and looking at the times he's appeared versus when he's inactive. I think we're looking for a school student, someone between 15 to 19. Eraser and All Might raised an eyebrow at this. Really? He must be really good at disguising his voice because along with his height he doesn't sound like a teenager. Eraser questioned. Again, this is just a theory. It would be easy if we knew what his quirk was, but nothing in the registry points to all he can do. Nezu's phone suddenly rings. He answers and his eyes widen from what's being told to him. Quickly hanging up the phone, he turns to the faculty. You all have to go. The villain from Fuji City is attacking downtown. Many pros and civilians have already been killed. Go. The heroes bolt from the school grounds with All Might leaping into the air to face the threat. Back at Sakai High School, you gotta love how short the first day of school is. Taku cheered as he and the others walked the halls to exit the school. I'm trying to enjoy this piece while I can bug. The first day's always the easiest. Must feel good to have a quirk that makes you smart even though you're stupid. Sake stated. It is a true blessing. Don't be a hater. He playfully shot back. So is anyone interested in joining the after-school clubs? It should be something to help you unwind from a crazy school life. Hiyuki spoke up, putting his hands behind his head as he walked. Nah, I'm always busy with projects. Taku answered. What kind of projects? Sake asked with a raised eyebrow. Science-y projects. He shot back dramatically. What about you, Izuku? The girl asked. No, not me either. My afternoons are usually full. How will you have time? Won't you be working at the dojo? Yes, but I'll basically be an assistant master, so I'll still have loads of free time. Oh well, I'm sure I'll find something I like. You guys wanna do karaoke when we get back to the city? Yeah, I'm down for that. Sure. Taku and Sake answered. They hop on the train to take them all home, but as the train moves closer to the city, Izuku can see smoke and a scar of destruction off in the distance as he looks out the window. His stomach turns in knots, and though he doesn't know exactly what's going on, every fiber of his being is telling him that this is really bad. The train makes it to the station and the group of friends walk into the city. Izuku knows that he has to make an excuse to leave, and Taku is on the same page with him as he also saw the smoke from earlier. Yo Izu, what time is it? He asked, purposely choosing his words. The green-haired boy looked at his gray-haired friend with a knowing look. Looking at his hero watch, he made a fake frantic face. Oh, crap, I'm sorry everyone. I just remembered there's something I have to take care of. I promise we'll do this some other time, he said before bolting down the street and rounding a corner. He dips into an alley, drops his bag and changes into his costume. Taking to the rooftops, he leaps into the air in the direction of the destruction. The battlefield was chaos. The dead, unconscious bodies of heroes and civilians alike were scattered all throughout the scene of destruction. A large portion of the city was in ruin. People were running away from the scene before dozens of lives were snuffed out in an instant by a wave of energy tearing through a traffic-jammed street. At the center of the destruction stood Vaccine Man, his arms still outstretched from firing his most recent attack. Before him stood All Might, with a torn suit, Endeavor, Present Mike, Kamui Woods and Ectoplasm. Badly beaten but still conscious, laid Eraserhead against a pile of rubble, and to his horror his quirk couldn't stop the blue villain from ending so many lives. Mount Lady was also in bad shape, having learned very quickly that her size granted her no advantage against this enemy. The remaining pros had mixed looks of shock and anger as with little effort this villain claimed more innocent lives. All Might grit his teeth so hard he almost cracked them, the anger coursing through him on the level that only AFO could bring out. Leave these people out of this, he roared as he rushed and threw a right haymaker at the villain, but he merely raised his left arm to block. The two begin to trade blows, but then Vaccine Man connects an uppercut to All Might's chin, sending the symbol of peace high into the air. As he's about to jump at the blonde man, he hears a call of Flashfire Fist, Jet Burn. To Endeavor's shock, Vaccine Man rushes into the flaming attack, cocking back his own fist. Getting close enough, he throws his own punch at Endeavor's flaming fist, shattering the bones in his hand. The flame hero roared in pain from his now useless hand. The blue villain sank his claws into Endeavor's chest, making him cough up blood. Kamui Woods binds him with his quirk as an ectoplasm clone carries Endeavor away, allowing Present Mike to hit him with a full power yell. The blue enemy was unnerved, only looking annoyed by this as his body erupted with a blue energy engulfing the entire area in an explosion of energy. Present Mike, Endeavor and ectoplasm are taken down in this attack. Mount Lady, having been blown away by that attack, laid in the rubble of destruction. Her body is in agony, her breathing is heavy and she feels completely useless here. She looks to her left and sees the small dismembered arm of a child and is consumed with rage. How dare you! The heroine roars as she activates her quirk. She tries to step on the blue villain but he's too fast. Dodging one of her stomps, he jumps up and punches her right knee, dislocating it and flying up to punch her left cheek. She begins to fall like a tree, but the villain isn't done. He cups his hands together, creating a small, compressed ball of energy before firing it into the heroine's stomach. It grows significantly once it leaves his hands and carries the giant hero across the danger zone. She tries to get her bearings but fails with only one good leg. Mount Lady slams into the side of a building and the ball explodes, taking out more of the city and killing more people. Vaccine Man can sense the life force of others, so he was surprised that that human was still alive, but more died, so he can overlook it for the time being. He turns his attention to a black scruffy-haired man whose red eyes looked at him in utter horror. My quirk doesn't affect this guy at all, even more so, I get the feeling this guy isn't human at all. The erasure hero thought. The blue villain looks at the down-injured man as electricity begins to spark from the tips of his antennas, creating a small ball in the center that grows larger and larger. Once it was at a size he was sure would vaporize the human he fired. The blast broke the sound barrier many times over. However, before it could kill Eraserhead, it was caught by All Might. The symbol of peace struggled with the compressed ball of energy. Shock waves began to erupt from his struggle. His feet were cracking the ground beneath him. Digging deep, the top pro was able to toss the ball into the air, which parted clouds and caused them to swirl. All Might and Vaccine Man stared each other down for a moment. The blue man was curious about this human, as he was the second one to impede his mission the most today. He wouldn't let his guard down again and nothing would stop him from killing this human, but still, he was interested. You're the second human to impede my mission the most today. Who are you? All Might was taken aback by this, as being the symbol of peace even the most recluse villains should know who he was. I am All Might. You said before that you're fulfilling nature's revenge. What does that even mean? He asked, trying to understand this need for destruction. His face grew into a vengeful scowl. Mother Nature has been victimized and IZED by you race of vermin for centuries. She gives and gives, but all you creatures ever do is take. You beat her down, destroy her forests, slaughter her creatures for purely greedy and selfish reasons. You've polluted her lands, skies and infected her oceans until she just couldn't take it anymore. So in turn she has created me to wipe out every single one of you. That is why I exist. It is my mission and I will see it through and return this world to its true beauty. All Might didn't know what to say. What he said still made no sense. He has dealt with his share of eco-terrorists throughout his career, but this is something completely different. So you're killing innocent people because of that? All Might said with anger. Mother Nature has deemed each and every one of you guilty. There are no innocents. Not anymore, Vaccine Man said in a completely serious tone. All Might scowled. I'm done listening to this. He roared as he was about to lunge at the villain. Not as done as I am, came a voice out of nowhere. Looking to his right, All Might could see a blur zigzagging from walls of rubble heading towards Vaccine Man. The villain turns to his left to be met with a side kick to the face, bringing him off the ground, causing him to spin and crash into a pile of rubble. The figure is revealed to be the rabbit hero, Mirko. I could see all the death and destruction as I was hopping over here. She glared at the pile of rubble with the blue man buried underneath. It suddenly blasted everywhere with him covered in a blue electric aura as he took a few steps towards the heroine. I am going to kick your ass, she said with venom. For a moment Vaccine Man was thrown off by this strange creature. Rabbit ears and a tail, but he quickly realized she was a human with rabbit features, so she isn't exempt from his mission. Mirko readied herself to attack again but was cut off by All Might. "Mirko, be careful, he's a powerful enemy and he's tough, so we'll fight together," All Might said, trying to convince the female pro, having heard of her feelings on working with others. The rabbit hero gave the top pro a smirk. "Do what you want, All Might, either way this guy is done." Vaccine Man said nothing as he prepared to take on the two, All Might, and given him a challenge, and from that kick, this woman was stronger than most of the heroes who have gotten in his way so far. In a flash the two heroes rush the villain, Mirko going for a kick to his left side while All Might throws a punch to the right side of his face. Vaccine Man brings up his arms to block these attacks, causing a powerful shockwave to ring out. The heroes throw blurring punches and kicks at their enemy with him barely able to hold them off. Detroit Smash. All Might decks the villain in the face, sending him flying into the rubble of a destroyed building. He jumps in the air out of the rubble looking down at All Might, not noticing Mirko above him. Luna Fall. She brings her foot down on his head, sending him back to the ground, cracking the ground when he landed. All Might rushes him again with them trading blows. The blue man blocks a punch with his right forearm and fires a point-blank energy blast at All Might, sending him tearing through the danger zone. Mirko catches him unaware with a triple kick to the head, but he tanks it. Mirko throws another kick but Vaccine Man brings up his leg to block. He notices the woman grimace for a moment before she jumps and throws multiple kicks that he blocks, launching herself off the villain when her last one was blocked. "He cracked my right leg a little just from blocking. Damn it, he's tough. It doesn't even seem like any of our attacks have gotten through," she thought. Vaccine Man appears in front of the rabbit hero in a flash with a punch aimed for her head. She crosses her arms to block with the hit, breaking both her arms, sending her flying back. She bounces off the ground several times before crashing into a wall of rubble. Pain courses through her but she quickly ignores it, raising her head to face her enemy when a beam of energy pierces her body, making a bloody hole in her left shoulder just above her left breast. "Ah!" Mirko roared in pain as she dropped to the ground, clutching her wound with her useless right arm. Vaccine Man stood 60 feet from the hero with his right middle and index finger still pointed at his target. "I should work on my aim. It looks like I just missed your heart. Unfortunate." Mirko was on the ground holding her bloody shoulder, doing her best to contain her screams and not succumb to the pain. "Damn it, I got to think of something. This guy is way stronger than me. Not like it didn't already know that. My rabbit survival instincts have been screaming for me to run since I got here. And the worst of it is I can tell this guy is still holding back. Get it together, Rumi. If you go down fighting." Jumping onto the wall of rubble behind her, she launches herself back at the villain. She spins and throws a right kick with him blocking with his left forearm. Her leg breaks on impact. In that same motion he grabs her leg and slams her side to side several times before jumping into the air and slamming her face first into a pile of rubble, destroying it and leaving her in a big crater. He outstretches a hand prepared to finish her with one final attack. Her vision is blurry as she tries to open her eyes, her rabbit instincts telling her death is near. A powerful attack sends him flying to the left. Mirko can't fully make out what's happening, but she can hear a voice the world knows all too well. "This is unforgivable. I'm putting a stop to this now. I've failed so many today. Let me show you why I am the world symbol of peace and justice." The blue villain glows with a blue electric aura as he and All Might clash. Their fister blurs, creating powerful shockwaves of wind and energy. It's an even fight with both of the landing hits on each other. Vaccine Man tries to fire a blast at the hero but he dodges and receives a punch in the gut. The fight becomes more ferocious as the ground itself begins to crack from the pressure. The winds from the force of each blow so strong the news helicopter filming the scene is almost thrown out of the air. The two are separated by a clash of fists. Both glare at each other as they prepare to go again. A steam starts to emit from All Might as he speaks. "I doubt you've heard these words, so let me teach you." He rushes at the blue man. What it means to go beyond, plus ultra. He throws a shining punch as Vaccine Man outstretched his arms to fire a large energy wave. The two forces struggle with each other, culminating into a massive explosion that sends both of them flying back. All Might crashes into a destroyed building while Vaccine Man skids on his back tearing through piles of rubble. He pulls himself out. He can sense All Might isn't dead, but he's not coming back to fight for some reason, turning to the still down Mirko, who was still trying to stand as he walks towards her. Mirko's survival instincts are screaming, but she can barely move her body. She tries to stand, but with one broken leg and two broken arms she falls on her back. "Come on Rumi, move," she tells herself as the blue menace approaches her. He gets closer and closer, raising a foot over her head as she tries to move her injured body. She's wide-eyed as she sees the big foot raised above her head. Vaccine Man brings his foot down as Mirko screams, "Damn it!" But another foot appeared beneath it, stopping it completely from smashing her head to mush. This was followed by a strong gust of wind passing over the battlefield. Raising his eyes slightly, he could see the same green-clad human from earlier. His eyes narrow at the young hero. "It's you," the blue menace said in a solemn voice. One held his foot in place to protect Mirko as he looked up at the cause of all this destruction. "You escaped custody. And killed so many people. I'm putting you away for good this time." The anger was clear in his voice on every word. The blue man glared at the smaller hero. "I won't let my guard down again. Unlike last time, I now realize how essential it is to eliminate you. That blonde human named All Might was powerful but didn't use my full power when fighting him. I couldn't. I can sense the life force of others, and I could sense you far away, most likely in the previous city, getting closer and closer, and I knew you would interfere with my mission again. Nothing less than my absolute power would allow me to destroy you. You can't destroy me, no matter how hard you try or how powerful you think you are. I'm a hero. As long as there are people who need my help from threats like you, I'll never lose. Your mission of wiping out humanity will never be accomplished because this human can't be beaten, and this hero protects everybody," he yells, kicking his leg up, sending the villain flipping into the air, who stops himself in midair. He creates dozens of small energy blasts and launches them at the two heroes, destroying the area they were in and creating a massive crater. He looks to the left, knowing the two aren't dead. One was running through the danger zone trying to find help for Mirko. The woman stirs in his arms. "What are you doing? Go back," she demanded. "I will after I find someone who can get you to safety and some medical attention." He makes it just out of the danger zone, realizing there's a hospital not too far from where he is now, and though it hasn't been too long, he has to get back a deal with Vaccine Man. He sees a skinny blonde-haired man wearing a white t-shirt and yellow pants as he passes a street. He decides he can get Mirko to the hospital. "Sir, this hero needs help. Can you get her to the hospital? It's not too far away," he pleaded with the stranger. Now that he took a good look at the man, he was in rough shape as well. He looked beaten up, had blood around his mouth, and his face looked like a skeleton. He had blood on his white tee, implying he was already injured. "You're one," the man said as his eyes widened in realization. The hero completely changed his mind after seeing the state of the man. "Never mind, come on." Scooping up the skinny man, he gets the two to the hospital, then in a flash is face to face with Vaccine Man. "For a moment I thought you'd run off. And after all that talk, no less. No way. Why run from someone that you're not scared of? Like I told you, this hero saves everybody. Mirko's injuries were bad, so I got her to some help. Now you have my full attention. You'd have been smarter running away," he yelled before flexing his arms, and his body erupted in a blue electric aura. His power was so intense that the ground was shaking so much it could be mistaken for an earthquake. He stared down one, but the hero didn't flinch at all at this sudden display of power. "Is that all you've got? You've got a lot to learn about the art of intimidation," he said in a serious, unconcerned tone. The blue man was stunned by this unconcerned attitude but regained his composure. I forget how blissful ignorance is for you humans," he said in a smug tone with a smirk. In a flash, at his top speed, he connects a punch to one's face with all his strength, causing a powerful shockwave and the ground around them to crack from the impact. When the dust settled, his sense of superiority shrunk to the size of an ant when he saw that the human head didn't budge one bit. His fist was shoved against his face, but it stood straight. He knew, from the very beginning, that there was something unusual, almost godly about this human. Pure dread washed over him as he realized everything this human said was true. your mission of wiping out humanity will never be accomplished because this human can't be beaten, and this hero protects everybody. He was brought out of his harrowing thoughts by a punch to his solar plexus. One has his left arm sunk into his enemy, his eyes widened and his face is one of shock, air catches in his throat as he pukes up a small amount of green blood. With his opponent frozen in place from pain, he rises up and punches him in the face with his right hand, making him flip and skid across the ground. Digging his hands into the ground, he's able to stop himself. He pukes up a small glob of green blood as he tries to stand on his feet, but the pain is too immense and he keeps falling on his ass. His entire body twitches and pulsates with pain and he can't even make a fist as he tries to form words. How can this be? He pukes up more blood. Mother Nature created me. She gave me the power to exterminate humanity. Cough cough, why? How is it possible for a human like this to exist? He only punched me twice, so why does it hurt so bad? He managed to say through the pain. You still don't get it, do you? One said, glaring down his enemy. Those 2 blows were stronger than anything I hit you with earlier. The blue menace's eyes widened as he realized, you've been holding back. You still or aren't you? My strength is meant to protect others, I wouldn't be able to do that if I couldn't control it and know its limits, now could I? He said with a smirk. Nature's vengeance merely growled at his response, gritting his teeth as he began to grow. His skin turned purple and it appeared scales and spikes were beginning to form on his body. He kept growing and growing, reaching a height of roughly 60 feet. His body was now massive with long claws, sharp teeth, tusks, and his eyes were solid red. Now, you've seriously pissed me off, human. He takes a swipe at one, only for his claws to cut clean through the ground. One is already in the air and kicks him in the left side of his face. As he was tumbling down, the hero kicks of the air and lands a flying kick to his gut. One continues to kick him over and over with the force of each kick more powerful than the last, causing massive bulges on his back with each hit. Vaccine Man spits up blood with every kick. After a final 12th kick sends him tumbling on a pile of rubble, he reverts back to his normal state. After several minutes on the ground, his body begins to glow with power again as he's finally able to stand. No, he said in a low voice. No 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 no. He roared as his body erupted with power again, causing the ground to shake and crack. His energy took an outer shade of black as if he were compressing it. It's over now, human. I am going to blow myself up, releasing every drop of energy given by my creator. This explosion will destroy everything within 500 kilometers. Prepare to die. One visibly shook at his words. What? 30 more seconds and everything will be gone. Though it won't kill as many as I would like, but oh well. He said mockingly with a sinister grin. One's brain was firing off many thoughts a second, none of which being a suitable solution. What do I do? What can I do? He thought to himself. I can't just try to knock him out. Just touching him might set him off. Come on, one, think. Several prefectures and everyone in them are going to be wiped off the map. You gotta do something. He thought to himself. 10 more seconds. The living bomb roared. Looking up to the sky, an idea comes to him. Time to see how limitless I really am. He thought to himself. He rushes and grabs Vaccine Man's left arm and wraps his left arm around his waist. We're going on a little trip, he said before leaping high into the air, causing several sonic booms. Reaching the height of his jump in the upper thermosphere, he spins before tossing him into the void of space. Seconds later there was a bright, giant light blue explosion in the distance. He flies back down now that the danger has passed. The blast was still visible as a large dot from the ground, but he had to get to work by saving anyone and everyone injured here. The event would come to be known as the Musutafu incident. It quickly became one of the worst villain attacks in Japan's history. 31 pro-heroes were killed, with the civilian casualties being in the hundreds and even more injured. The body of the villain responsible was never recovered, but the credit for defeating him was given to All Might. The news footage of his battle with Vaccine Man was edited to imply that he was obliterated in their clash. He, Endeavor and Mirko issued a public apology to the public for this failure as heroes. The clean-up process had already begun, but one issue remained. Where was one? Many people who were injured in the incident reported having been saved by him, but the media denied he was ever at the scene. Several members of the media began to create a narrative that the entire incident was one's fault. Many claimed he allowed the villain to escape in Fuji City and disregarded all the damage he caused. And many were buying into it. It's been 2 days since the Musudafu incident and school's been cancelled because of a teachers' meeting. Izuku decided to head to the dojo to speak with his masters and clear his head. He has had a lot on his mind over the past 2 days. Several people on the streets blamed him for the attack yesterday when he was on patrol. He knew that this entire narrative was to protect All Might's perfect image, and he wasn't the type of hero to hold saving others over their heads. He couldn't tell them that the villain would have destroyed everything if he hadn't stopped him. He couldn't prove that he did, and if he could convince them it was true, it would only look like he was gloating, so he just took it. He also couldn't help but wonder if he had killed him in Fuji, none of what happened after would have happened. He opens the door to the property and sees Sake and Kyuki doing their damnedest to dodge swings from Michiko, who was using a Bakken. The 3 women are so zoned into their training that they don't even notice him approaching. He observes them for a few moments, none of them moving too fast for him to keep track. To an untrained eye it would just look like a bunch of blurs moving across the courtyard. He walks past them to the side of the main house where he sees Keizo sculpting a statue with a hammer and chisel. "Hello Izuku, how are you this morning?" he says without even turning away from his work. "I've been better, master. Can we talk? I could really use some guidance." "Sure, but not too long. My statue will get bored if I don't finish it today," he said jokingly. They went into the house and sat down. Izuku was always thankful for Keizo's infinite wisdom. He always had the answer. "So I assume this about the chaos from the other day. Victory came at a high price for you." Izuku raised an eyebrow. "You knew." Those who know the truth will know Izuku, no matter what the media says. "Plus Michi and I were watching from a distance. We were about to step in when it looked like he was about to kill Rumi, but you beat us to it." "Well, next time if I'm not around and the threat is that serious, I don't have one real problem with one of you taking care of it." "Noted," the master responded. "Anyway, for the reason I wanted to talk, I'm sure you know I stopped him in Fuji earlier that same day. I saw them restrain and load him into a villain transport. Clearly he escaped at some point and went on to attack the city. I don't care about the false narrative being pushed about me. Nothing's gonna stop me from helping others and using my abilities for what's right. But speaking of what's right, I can't shake the thought that if I had just killed him in Fuji, none of this would have happened." "I see. Finding a morally acceptable solution when you have to save someone from someone else can be difficult in the world of heroics, especially given a situation like this. Do you regret not killing him?" Izuku's eyes lowered. "I regret that so many died because I couldn't keep him down. Even now I still wouldn't have wanted to kill him. It's just, what if, you know? In life you'll always have to face that question. However, at the end of the day you must stand firm in your choices and accept any and all consequences that come from them. You're a strong, kind-hearted person, Izuku. I haven't a single doubt no matter what falls before you, you'll always make the right choice. Even if it means you have to kill, it would always be your very last option. You're just lucky this time the guy decided to take himself out." "Yeah, you're right. The whole killing thing, it's just that. It would be too easy. And that's not a boast on my strength, it's just that I didn't dedicate myself to becoming a quirkless hero and put myself through years of hellish training to not only gain this power but also control it, just to use it to kill my enemies. Using your abilities to kill is the easiest thing to do. It's easy to cross that line, but if I do that, then I really would be the villain they call me." Keizo smiled down at his student. "You truly are a pure-hearted child, have been since the day you first walked in here." He thought to himself, "Well, you have your answer now. Thank you for the talk, master. It's always insightful." Anytime. Walking out of the house he sees the ladies finishing their training. The girls were sweaty and covered in bruises. Nostalgia washed over him. "Learning how to dodge true speed, huh?" he said with a snarky grin and tone. "No, what gave it away?" Sake shot back, clearly sarcastic as he walked by him. "Auntie's a real driver in training," Kyuki said, nursing her shoulder. Izuku smirked at her. "You just got here, you ain't seen nothing yet, girl." This statement sent chills down the girl's spine. "Show her how it's done, Izuku." Michiki perked up. Izuku shrugged. "Okay." Stepping into the courtyard, Mikikyo rushes at Izuku and swings her bakken at the left side of his face. Izuku raises his right index finger to block the wooden sword, stopping it completely. For the next minute Kyuki observed her aunt throwing hundreds of blurring swings at Izuku with him only using a finger to block. The only reason they stopped was because the sword broke in two. Sensing a presence, Izuku turned around to see a woman crossing the courtyard headed towards the trio. She was wearing a yellow wide-neck mid-sleeve shirt, dark blue mid-calf jeans and brown high-heel boots, but what was most notable was her rabbit ears. She was someone he met just the other day. "Mirko?" he asked with a raised eyebrow and a surprised tone. Machiko smiled at seeing her former student. "Hello Rumi, how long the days without you have been?" "Not long enough, as you still haven't aged," she shot back with a smirk. "What can I say? I got good genes," she said as she fluttered her hair. The rabbit woman rolled her eyes. "It is good to see you though." "Likewise. Let me guess, you're here to beg me to train you again after getting your A kicked and almost getting your head splattered." "You were watching. I was about to save you. You know, bail you out again just like old times, but one beat me to it." She narrowed her eyes at her former master. "Will you train me again or not?" Machiko put a finger to her cheek as if in deep thought. "My favorite problem child returning to once again be a pain in my ass, why the hell not? I hear you hop all over the country doing hero work. How long do you plan on staying in Musudafu?" "Since I'll be training and working, let's say a month and a half, maybe 2. "That's fine, you can have your old dorm room, all of them should be clean," she said as she pointed over her shoulder with her thumb. "Thanks, I'll move in tomorrow." The rabbit hero, Mirko, is gonna be staying at Rising Sky, Izuku exclaimed excitedly. The woman jumped slightly at this boy's sudden excitement. "Yeah, I saw you training as I walked in here. You strong, who are you?" she asked, curious about the boy. Izuku blushed at the compliment from the beautiful woman. "My name is Izuku Midoriya, and I happen to be Rising Sky's strongest disciple," he said with pride. Mirko smirked at his words. "Strongest, huh? You do realize this place has had a lot of students, right? What makes you think you're the strongest to come out of here?" "Because I have worked and trained harder than anyone who came before me," he said with confidence as he smirked back, meeting her eyes. Well, I'll have to take you on sometime." Turning to Machiko, "See you tomorrow," she said before walking back to the entrance. The rabbit hero, Mirko, is gonna be living here for a while, and she'll be working in the city. Maybe I can help her train, and who knows, maybe she could be friends with one. The next few weeks are definitely going to be interesting. One stood on a rooftop, taking a break as his patrol was going pretty good. He's been all over the city today stopping various crimes. One would think that the events of the other day would scare the bad guys into cleaning up their act, but no, they are out in full after the massive loss of heroes in the city. 31 heroes died in Vaccine Man's attack, many of them he liked and had actually visited their hero agencies on a tour. He would have to buckle down more than ever to protect his town. Villains seem to become more daring and flocking to the city like a moth drawn to a flame. Since he became a hero, the crime rate has dropped across the city considerably, but the narrative about him currently seems to be slowly undoing that. Oh well, just gotta prove who I am, again. I haven't seen Momo since the festival. We talked on the phone about the first day of school. It's ironic that Eraserhead is her teacher. She got top marks in a quirk test they did. I'm proud of her and I'm glad she took my advice on redesigning her hero costume. Seeing her in that leotard would not be good for my mental health. Still, I want to see her. I should ask and see if we can hang out when she gets out of school. Let me text her," he thought as he pulled out his hero phone and texts Momo, then put his phone back in his belt. "Alright, let's get back to patrol. Yo my guy, I see you've been pretty busy today." Taku suddenly spoke into his cowl. "Yeah, things are getting pretty hectic with so many pros gone. What's up?" "Well, first off, I've finally decided on a codename. Call me Intek," he said with confidence. Intek, this a play on the way Sake Okoto calls you a bug. Or insect, Intek. Don't play with the name like that, but kinda. I gather intel for you, improve your suit, give you gadgets to make things easier and investigate crimes with you. I'm your intelligent and technologically gifted sidekick, Intek. True, You are my intelligence guy and a damn good techie, so I guess it fits. I like it. He complimented. Thanks, friend. Anyway, for the reason I'm calling, you sure you don't want me to hack the news station's system and get the original footage of the fight? I can post it online and prove you were not just at the site but that you beat the bad guy. More people are running with the idea that you let the blue guy get away and let him wreck the city. You and I both know they're just doing this in a collaborative effort to protect All Might's perfect image, but crushing yours isn't gonna help. Intech, it's fine. Promise me you won't hack the system and expose the truth. I'm serious. If you think it's getting crazy out here now, imagine what would happen if the whole world found out the symbol of peace lost. He let out a deep sigh. Okay, I won't do it. But speaking of, what the hell happened to All Might after his final clash with the blue guy? Was he knocked out or something? I assume. I didn't see him when I got there and Vaccine Man said that he fought him. Yeah, almost according to script the live broadcast went out during their clash, but even if that goes out I know for a fact you can keep recording and the whole footage is automatically uploaded to the server. You're right, but for now let's just chalk it up to All Might being knocked out. I got work to do. Talk to you later. Alright, handle business 1. Don't forget to send me a photo of Yaoyorozu's hero costume, I know you have it. Intech said before hanging up. Ooh, a high faculty lounge. All Might in his skinny form sits in a chair sipping some tea. He was all over the city doing hero work this morning. He had gone over his limit as the crime had jumped in the city the past 2 days alone. He had done all he could this morning and was completely spent. He couldn't help thinking of the past few days. He was powerless to stop a powerful villain from taking so many innocent lives. He knew more than anyone that if it hadn't been for one's arrival, it would have been much, much worse. He couldn't help but feel gratitude but also immense guilt towards the Vigilante. He was given credit for defeating the villain, credit that he didn't deserve. Not only did one stop that villain twice that day, but he also saved him. When he used his Plus Ultra against his energy attack and was blown away, he crashed into a destroyed clothing store. He was out of power and reverted into his true form. His suit was torn so he put on a t-shirt and as he exited the destroyed building one showed up carrying an injured Mirko. Though he didn't know he was All Might, he made a point to get them both to the hospital before dealing with the threat. Like a real hero should. However, now several members of the media are making a collaborative effort to make him the fall guy and even blame one for the incident occurring, all because he lost. The symbol of peace fell and he couldn't get back up, and the hero who rose up to handle his obligations was being shunned. He had seen the full footage of the battle after he was blown away, and was amazed by one's incredible power. He brought the villain to his knees with little effort. He was even more astonished to see how he handled the villain's threat of an explosion so powerful that everything for hundreds of kilometers would be destroyed. He jumped and threw him into the air, most likely space, and still went on to help others injured in the danger zone. The other day as he was on patrol he ran into a fan who had seen his apology to the public. Said fan told he had nothing to apologize for as it was all one's fault, the destruction and all the lost lives were because he wanted to play hero. He couldn't reveal the truth, and the guilt tore through him. Small Might sat in a chair as he looked into his cup of tea, mixed emotions going through him. 1. Thank you, and forgive me, he said in a low voice with a mix of guilt and gratitude. The door opens up and in walks his successor Mirio Tagata, wearing his trademark smile as he enters. Hey All Might, you wanted to talk to me? The blonde teen asked. Yes, sit down young Tagata. All Might gestured to the seat in front of him. The young man takes a seat in front of his teacher. Is this about the battle from the other day? Sort of. I've been watching your development over the past few months. You've come very far in using One for All and I'm proud of your progress. But the battle the other day, it basically proved to me that I don't have much time left as the symbol of peace. He said in a sad solemn voice. Mirio's eyes widened after hearing this. He knew that he was chosen to succeed All Might, but he still thought he had more time. Sir told him before he even introduced them that All Might can't go on for much longer, and that the symbol of peace needed to continue its function. Society needed a strong, shining example of what it means to be a hero, someone like him. He wanted to be a hero that could save 1 million people, and with OFA that would be the bare minimum, so he became the 9th user of the quirk. But you won the other day. How much longer do you think you have? The blonde teen asked concerned. All Might cupped his hands together as he made eye contact with his successor. No. I didn't. His tone was serious. What? Mirio asked, confused. Young Tagata, what I am about to tell you must only remain between the two of us, even Night I can't know about this. Mirio gulped before nodding his head, making full eye contact with All Might. I didn't. I couldn't beat the villain in that battle. He was too strong, and I ran out of time. Even using more than 100% of my power I still couldn't put him down. The current me was just too weak. He admitted with a hint of frustration. Mirio was shocked at hearing these words. Well, if you didn't stop him. Who did? He asked, genuinely curious. It was the Vigilante. If he hadn't shown up, I honestly don't want to think about what would have happened. Wow. I mean, I've heard the rumors that he's strong, but, wow. I've received all the credit for taking down that villain. Meanwhile, members of the media are going after one solely to protect my image. So what are you gonna do? The older man stood up. I don't know who he is, so all I really can do is try to apologize to him next time I see him and hope he doesn't hold it against me. Mirio stands up as well. Well, I've heard that he's a good guy. Hopefully it doesn't bother him too much. I think he won't even let it bother him. Mirio said optimistically with a smile. Let's hope so, All Might said, wishing he could be as confident as his successor. On a bus with Class 1A, Momo Yaoyorozu checks her phone. She smiles at seeing she received a text from Izuku's hero phone asking if they could hang out after school. She replies with a yes and puts her phone away. Mina Ishido notices the girl's demeanor after checking her phone. Her love senses are tingling. Hey Yaoyorozu, you looked really excited just now. Get a text from your boyfriend or something? She asked with a sly grin. The girl's cheeks went a shade of pink upon hearing this. No, not at all. I am merely agreeing to spend time with a friend after school. She replied calmly, trying to hide how flustered she was. Wait, you have a boyfriend, Yaoyorozu? Mineta exclaimed, slightly heartbroken. No, he's just a friend, she said with her voice slightly raised, failing to hide how flustered she was. That's how it starts, you knew? Ishido playfully teased. Is this the same guy that helped you with your costume? Momo desperately wanted to change the subject, so she answered this last question. Yes, he is. Originally my costume showed more skin than this, but by using special fibers made from my hair I was able to work with this, she said, gesturing to her costume. She was wearing a neck-high sleeveless red crop top with silver lines on the edges, 2 gold belts with several pockets and a pouch with a book of things she's made strapped behind her. Knee-length red tights with silver lines on the side with mid-calf red boots. Hagakuri spoke up. Your boyfriend's got good taste. We're definitely coming back to this later, Mina stated, smiling. Okay, you guys hear that the attack the other day was somehow one's fault? Hitoshi Shinso asked no one in particular, changing the subject. Momo's eyes narrowed at these words. Izuku called her yesterday and gave her the whole truth. I don't believe that. They went from reporting he defeated the villain in Fuji to then saying he let him escape. One wouldn't do that. I am afraid I have to disagree with you, Yaoyorozu. His actions directly interfered with the heroes. Had he just left it to the professionals, this tragedy wouldn't have befell the city. Whatever his intentions were, his intervention made everything worse, Iida said, making a chopping motion as he spoke, completely serious. This time Kirishima spoke up. I don't know. I've seen videos of him and the guy seems super manly to me. I've seen videos of him too. His martial arts are amazing. I even heard some people claim he's as strong as All Might, maybe more. Ojiro chimed in. These words got the attention of Bakugo and Todoroki. No way in hell that's true. Bakugo yelled. Yeah, that is a bit too far-fetched. Shiro chimed in. I've seen videos of him and you can tell he's crazy powerful. Some say he actually has multiple quirks. It's kinda crazy when you think about it. His abilities are better than most pros, so why is someone like him a vigilante? Kaminari asked. His reasons are irrelevant, Kaminari. The fact of the matter is he's a illegal hero without a license. He's a criminal and we cannot encourage or condone vigilantism, Iida stated bluntly. Jiro played with her earlobes as she spoke up. Whatever his quirk is or quirks are, doesn't he seem a lot like All Might? He gives off that same kind of energy, the strong, shining figures types that seem almost perfect. What do you think about this Asui? Jiro asked, turning to the frog girl. Call me Sue and I disagree with him. Yeah, he helps people and does a lot of good, but he's not licensed. If he breaks the rules just so he can do what he wants, that makes him a villain, not a hero. Well, I think one is a hero. Momo said out loud, this statement making the whole bus turn to her with how stern her words were. I don't know him personally, but I'm sure his reasons for doing what he does makes complete sense to him. Unbeknownst to the class, their teacher Eraserhead was listening and he felt the need to speak on it. Whatever his reasons or rationale, I better never catch any of you mirroring his actions. He's reckless, and his disregard for any and all regulations make his reasons even more irrelevant. These words made everyone talking about the Vigilante tense up. Momo, hearing her teacher's words, looked away from him. Izuku had told her of the times he clashed with the pro, with it always ending in a fight that ended with Eraser on the ground. He even told her of the times one caught him spying on him and any attempt to be nice being immediately rejected. Izuku told her he doesn't care for him when she told him he was her teacher, and it's just been proven true. She made a mental note to be careful talking about one in front of him. The bus went silent for a moment with everyone taking in the girls and their teacher's words. Speaking of strong people, Yaoyorozu, your quirk lets you make things right. How are you so strong? Kirishima asked. Yeah, you're really strong and it's got nothing to do with your quirk. What's that about? Ashido asked. Well, I have been training in martial arts for over 6 years, training my body to the utmost limit. I am still a novice when compared to my master, but I think I can close the gap with time. And who is your master, if you don't mind me asking? Ojiro asked. Her name is Michiko Tabahara, and I've been training with her since I was 9. Michiko Tabahara, I know that name. Where have I heard that name? I can't remember right now, but it'll come to me. Well, for you to be the strongest person in our class, the training must have been intense. Jiro complimented. It was difficult, and she was a tough but caring teacher. I just want to make her proud and be an efficient and capable hero. Who the hell decided you were the strongest here, Ponytail? Bakugo yelled. My name is Yaoyorozu, and I got first in the quirk apprehension test. She shot back in a stern voice. That doesn't mean a damn thing. Just wait. When we fight, I'll kill you, he loudly declared. The girl narrowed her eyes upon hearing this. Izuku had warned her about Bakugo's personality. He was every bit as unpleasant as he said. Bakugo, you should really learn to say what you mean, because I can kill you just for saying that to me. Her onyx eyes were piercing into his red ones as he visibly shook. The bus arrives at their destination. It was a large dome-like facility, and waiting outside to greet them was the space hero. 13. They all exit the bus and the teachers explain that the facility was called the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ, and it's for situational rescue training. Momo, through her training with Michiko, has honed her senses to a fine precision, so she was the only one who heard Mr. Aizawa tell 13 that All Might won't be joining them because he used up all of his time, whatever that means. They all enter the facility and are in awe at the realistic areas that simulate real disasters all over the building. 13 gives the group a talk about the dangers of using their quirks carelessly and the importance of quirk regulations. Momo could sense a sudden rise of malice in the air. She walks from the group and stands at the top of the stairs overlooking the facility. To her shock, she sees several dark, misty portals with many people coming out of them. They all looked ready for a fight, and though she could tell most weren't a real threat, 3 immediately stood out to her. One was a skinny man with hands on his body. Another was a large bulky creature with a bird head and an exposed brain. The last one was a woman. She was well built, above average height, with long gray hair with a fringe covering her right eye. She was wearing a red tank top, a black skirt and thigh-high boots. Her training had made her very adept at gauging the power of others, and she could tell that this woman was most dangerous. Yaoyorozu, you should be listening to this too, Aizawa said as he prepared to reprimand his student. The girl merely pointed out at the more than 100 villains down below. Sensei, are they a part of the training? Aizawa narrowed his eyes, confused to the girl's words, looking down, and his mood completely shifted. 13. Protect the students and get everyone out of here, those are real villains," he ordered before jumping down the stairs to confront their enemies. At Rising Sky Dojo, Machiko and her former student, Rumi Usugiyama, were having a really intense spar. The girls and her brother had stepped out. Rumi decided to blow off work for the day and no students would arrive for a while, and the rabbit woman pleaded with her former master to spar so she could blow off some steam. They were fighting pretty seriously but not overly so, at least the master wasn't, but the rabbit woman was. Her fighting style hadn't changed much since the days she trained her. Even though she was stronger, Machiko was disappointed at how little she had actually improved in all this time. She left the dojo 8 years ago after she graduated high school and became a pro hero. Her battle-hungry nature was something that she herself nurtured in her, but when she became an underground fighting delinquent, getting arrested and expelled from school, it was too late to kill what she had created. It had gotten so bad that her parents came and begged her to set their daughter straight, because despite how often she had to kick her ass, Rumi still greatly respected and admired her. She was someone Rumi wouldn't dare talk back to or disrespect. So she spent her second and third year of high school living at the dojo. The two women were trading a flurry of kicks. Rumi was hitting hard, clearly angry, while Machiko blocked and countered with one leg. Machiko raises her leg to block Rumi's side kick. She then does a backflip kick connecting with the rabbit hero's chin, sending her into the air. Landing her flip, she jumps at her airborne student, hitting her with a triple kick, slamming her back to the ground. The younger woman lifts herself before hitting the ground, her eyes full of frustration as she tells her master to keep going. Rumi circles the master, creating a chain of afterimages while Machiko stands in the center completely unbothered. She rushes to blindside the master from her right side, but the teacher balances on her left leg and hits her with a fluffy of blurring kicks, stopping her in her tracks. She falls on her back in pain when the kicking stops. Machiko had finally had enough of dancing around the issue with the woman. She had long since learned that you never truly stop being a teacher. The job of guiding and instructing her students will never end. Enough. I am disappointed at how little you've improved after all this time. It's not like I don't already know what's bothering you, but spit it out, little girl," she ordered, annoyed. Rumi picked herself off the ground and took a seat on the porch of the main house with her master sitting beside her. "That fight from the other day, it really has me shook." Her ears were low as she cupped her hands. "Yeah, I saw. You felt powerless for the first time in a really long time, I bet," the master said in a comforting tone. "I decided long ago that I would live my life to the fullest every day, so when my time comes I have no regrets. I swore to myself I would go down fighting. But as death literally loomed over me, I couldn't move, my body just wouldn't move. That villain broke both my arms and a leg like it was nothing, and not to mention put a fooing hole in my shoulder. If one hadn't shown up, I would have gone out knowing that I was helpless, and powerless to not only stop the villain, but to protect anyone. And I know All Might didn't beat him. I know it was one. He beat the villain and saved so many people, including me. Honestly, I don't give a crap that he's a vigilante, but I want to fight him and see how strong he is." The woman continued, let out all the thoughts and feelings that were bogging her down the past few days, and she felt much better. "Good that you finally vented, and it's also good that you know the simple solution to your simple problem. Now let's get back to training. How are you so slow? Plus your reflexes have dulled considerably. I drilled the art of kicking into you. How have you gotten so sloppy?" she exclaimed with a raised eyebrow and a disappointed tone. "Oh well, let's recreate some old memories, shall we?" the master said with a devilish grin, causing Rumi's shiver at the thought of her mirroring he past torture, or as Machiko would call it, training. They both enter their fighting stances and rush each other. Back with one. One was taking a break on top of a building, checking his phone. "So I got the green light from Momo. Cool. This should be fun," he said with a smile. A distress signal suddenly came into his cowl. "Can anyone hear me? Villains are attacking me in my class at UA, please send help. This is the hero. 1, who am I speaking to? Wait, you're 1. I'm Denki Kaminari, and I'm not sure if I'm allowed to ask you, but we need all the help we can get. Listen, villains are attacking my class. We're at the USJ facility owned by UA. You gotta get here now. Don't worry, I'm on my way," he says before ending the transmission. What kind of villains are stupid enough to attack UA? Questions for later. Intek, you heard that right. Yeah, I'm all over it. That signal came from a building 19 kilometers northwest from where you are now. The place seems to be about 3 kilometers from UA, his sidekick informed him. Alright, keep me posted, Intek, he said before heading in the direction of the signal. Whatever villains are stupid enough to attack UA, I just hope Momo isn't in the middle of all this. I know she's strong, but still. Back at the USJ 10 minutes prior. As Eraserhead had jumped down to engage the villains, 13 tried to get the student to safety, but they were blocked by a sentient wall of dark mist. The villain explained that the group called themselves the League of Villains and that they came to kill All Might. Hiroshima and Bakugo tried to attack him but were consumed by the mist, and before anyone else could react, most of the students were sent through several portals that sent them to different areas across the USJ. Momo is sent with Jiro and Kaminari to the mountain zone where over 24 villains were waiting for them. Oh come on. Kaminari panicked at seeing how outnumbered they were. Man up, Kaminari, it looks like we're doing this. Jiro stated bluntly. Relax you two, everything will be fine, we can handle this, so stay focused. Momo said, trying to calm the two. Fine, haha, I gotta admire your confidence, girl. Still, this is gonna be fun. A villain said as he cracked his knuckles. Kaminari, are you sure you can't radio for help? The dark-haired girl asked. Yeah, it's no good, the signal's jammed. I think one of them has a quirk that's screwing with my radio. That does make sense, so if we can take out the person jamming communications, we can radio for help. The question is, who's doing it? Momo thought. Can't worry about that now. Right now the top priority is dealing with these villains, Master. Let's hope your training paid off. She thought as she made a staff and sword which she handed to Jiro. She took a stance as she prepared to face the villains. Wait, don't I get a weapon? Kaminari complained. Momo never responded as she rushed the villains in a flash. She thrusted her staff into the gut of the first villain she sees, then bringing it up to strike their chin before shoving it into their stomach again, lifting them over her shoulder and slamming them on the ground. Moving on as a blur, she gets between 4 villains, spinning her staff and connecting with the heads and faces of the villains, she knocks them out. 3 villains try to gang up on her from 11, 12 and 1 o'clock, but using her staff as a vault, she flips over the one at her 12 and brings her staff down on him after she lands. The other 2 come at her, but she's prepared. She sweeps the legs of one and flips over the other. She delivers several blurring thrusts to his chest, abdomen and knees before jumping and kicking him away. The one from before manages to get up with another villain teaming up with him to get her. Momo throws her right arm, creating a large capture net that ensnares both of them. Speeding up, Momo becomes a blur as all the villains in the area begin dropping like flies. Kaminari and Jiro remain standing where they were first warped in, both in awe at the ability of their class representative. Momo Yaoyorozu had taken out almost all the villains in the mountain zone. Even with such a display of speed, she wasn't even short of breath. Only one villain was standing. He seemed interesting, so Momo kept him standing to ask him some questions. He had tried to attack her but missed completely, and she could tell he had an electric-type quirk. Maybe Izuku's quirk analytic skills were rubbing off on her because she suspected he may be the one she was looking for. He was a tall man wearing a skull mask with black eyelids. He was wearing a sleeveless shirt that resembled a bulletproof vest, black jeans and black boots. Momo reappeared in front of her classmates and all remaining eyes were on her. She was no longer a blur that none of them could follow. So you're a speed type? The villain questioned. No, I am just fast. She replied calmly. Tell me, are you the one sabotaging our communications? Momo asked, her face serious. So what if I am? I had to make sure that none of you couldn't call for help in. He was cut off by Momo rushing him and connecting 2 jumping front kicks to his chin. He tries to swing at her but Momo perfectly shoves her staff into his elbow joint, dislocating it and making him roar in pain. He doesn't get to scream for long as in that same motion Momo thrusts her staff into his gut so fast 7 thrusts look like one, making air catch in his lungs as he drops to the ground unconscious. She thought about making restraints for the down villains, but she would need all of her energy for the inevitable fight ahead. Kamina, the girl began. That was awesome, Yaoyorozu. Jiro and Kaminari said in unison. You were amazing. You took out like 30 villains without breaking a sweat. Kaminari praised. Thank you, but now isn't the time to celebrate, the fight isn't over. The villain who was jamming communications is down, try to radio for help. She said in a stern voice. On it. He walked off a little to try to radio for help. Momo and Jiro looked out at the facility in chaos. They could see the landslide zone covered in ice. They could see the ship in the shipwreck zone floating and then falling with Uraraka and Mineta being carried through the air by Asui. But the most unsettling thing was seeing their teacher take on a horde of villains literally 100 to 1. He was doing his best and it looked like he was winning to an untrained eye. Momo however could tell that their teacher was barely holding on, he was too tired. It was even more concerning to see that the three that troubled her earlier were just watching while the others tried to take down their teacher. The man with hands on him makes a move but Mr. Aizawa counters and throws an elbow at him. He then immediately jumps back and that same arm appears to be injured as it flails at his side. Mr. Aizawa needs help, Momo stated with a serious look as she prepared to help the teacher. You're about to jump in that aren't you? Jiro asked. He may very well punish me after this but at least he'll be alive to do so, plus I can greatly crunch the numbers down. She said looking at her classmate. Kaminari walked back to the girls. You girls will never guess who answered my call. He asked with a reassuring smile. Who? Jiro asks. 1. If he's as fast as people say he is, he should be here any minute now. He said in a tone that wasn't the least bit worried about their current predicament. That's good, but until he gets here we have to help our classmates and hold off these villains. Momo said. As she turned around to see what was happening with their teacher she was horrified that the bird-brained creature was holding him down as the hands man was quickly running towards Uraraka, Asui and Mineta. Reacting quickly she creates a katana from her right hand and rushes to save her classmates. The hand man is 2 meters away with a hand stretched out when Momo appears in front of Asui. With one upward vertical slash Momo's blade cuts the villain's palm, causing blood to splatter everywhere as he jumps back. He roared in pain as he looked at his injured hand that now had a deep gash that caused a wide gape between his right middle and ring finger. He looked at the girl with a look that could kill many times over, but she wasn't intimidated as she took her stance. Tamura Shigaraki, the living mist called out. Well, that was interesting. The gray-haired woman spoke up. Shigaraki was visibly shaking from anger and pain. You brat. He said with venom. Nomu, kill, he roared as he pointed at the girl with his good hand. In a flash of speed the brawny creature released Aizawa and was in front of Momo cocking back a large fist. Momo easily dodged the punch that quickly became a blurring flurry of many that she skillfully dodged. The scene was incredible as the hulking monster kept firing blurring punches that continued to miss the red blur that was Momo Yaoyorozu. The three behind her couldn't follow the attacks at all. From their perspective a red blur was moving side to side as the monster's blurring fists rained down. Yaoyorozu is amazing, was the collective thought. In the middle of her effortless evading of blows Momo studies her opponent, his attack pattern, his rhythm, his mindset. His attention seems to be only on me, plus his attacks have no real skill behind them, he seems to just be swinging at his target. I can't sense any emotion from this creature either. My speed is far greater than this his but I can't keep dodging like this, in that case. She thought to herself as she attacked. In an incredible display of speed and skill she severed both of Nomu's arms at the forearm and cut his throat so deep his head almost severed. She appeared behind Nomu a few feet away from his stunned master. She stared down the dry-skinned man as she thought back to the monster she just took down. Those cuts took more effort than I thought, his body is tougher than I expected. Doesn't matter now, it's over. So you've got a high-speed stat. It doesn't matter, because Nomu has way more special skills. The girl looked back at Nomu only to be met with a large fist that she's able to block with her sword. The force of it still sent her flying and crashing into the wall on the other side of the facility just past the still-down Eraserhead. Yaoyorozu. The pro called out, scared for his student and too hurt to move. When the dust cleared he could see that the girl was just fine, be it a little scuffed up. Momo could also see that Nomu's arms had also regenerated and his damaged neck had also healed. She got lucky she was able to block that. She chastised herself as she remembered her master once told her a battle is never over until it's over, but she still let her guard down. So your creature can regenerate. I won't make the same mistake twice. Nomu rushed at her again as Momo held her sword horizontally on her left side before rushing her opponent in a flash. Unknowing slash. With one horizontal slash she severs Nomu's forearms and upper body from the rest of him. But to her shock his missing upper half regenerates a new body. When it was fully restored the creature came at her again throwing a right punch. She cut off his arm again and shifted to his right side, slicing him and sending him back. She raised her sword above the right side of her head before swinging it down in a circular motion. Spiral Phoenix, she called out as she sent a large spiral air slash at her enemy. The attack hit Nomu and carried him across the plaza with the attack hitting several villains before crashing into the landslide zone. Now that she had a chance to breathe she could access the situation more. She was sure decapitation would end this. The Nomu hasn't tried to block, parry or dodge a single one of her attacks, so one strike at her top speed should be enough to end this. She thought. She suddenly heard the sounds of explosions and saw many villains being frozen in ice as well as Kirishima knocking heads. Her classmates had come to fight, which would have been good, but she could see Shigaraki talking to the gray-haired woman and she didn't like how she was looking at her. My Nomu is losing. Get out there and help him. Shigaraki yelled at the woman. My job is to make sure you don't get arrested or killed. Your little puppet never stood a chance. If you don't want it to die you might wanna call it off. I'll handle the girl. She said with an excited grin. Nomu, come here, he called out to his creature. It didn't take the boys long to finish the remaining villains in the plaza, leaving only the woman, Shigaraki, and the mist villain. Bakugo launched himself at the woman and Shigaraki with his explosions. The man jumped away to avoid a blast but the woman just disappeared. He turns around to see she's behind him, but she doesn't even turn to look at him as she just looks at Momo with a smirk. In a flash Nomu had returned to his master's side and was given the order to ignore the girl and kill the other two. You blind or something, you ashy bastard. There are three of. He was cut off by immense pain suddenly coursing through him as his body went numb and he began to spit up blood and he fell unconscious. Bakugo. Kirishima yelled out as Todoroki looked stunned and Momo concerned. Kirishima was so into his worry for Bakugo he didn't realize Nomu rushing towards him. Momo moved and swung her sword to intercept him but she was brought to a complete halt by two fingers gripping her sword. It was the gray-haired woman, looking at her with a smirk that screamed excitement and curiosity. She could only watch as Kirishima was decked and sent flying, snapping several trees before slamming into a wall with a loud crash. He was able to harden his body but he was still seriously hurt. Momo looked into the woman's only visible gray eye, many thought running through her mind. She stopped my sword with just her fingers. The only people who have ever done that are Sensei and Izuku, and with Bakugo. I saw her attack but I couldn't follow a single hit. This woman is dangerous. Just who is she? Your speed and sword technique, I'd recognize them anywhere but I'm afraid I don't recognize you. Your name? She asked, speaking with familiarity. Momo Yaoyorozu, and you are? She asked, still trying to free her sword from her grip. I'm Takai Tachibana. So how is Master Machiko doing? Momo's narrow gaze shifted slightly upon hearing this question. You know Sensei. And at that moment she realized, wait, are you a former student? Yes. Why are you helping these villains? Momo asked, desperate to know why someone as powerful as her would take her teacher's lessons down this path. If you think it's because I give a crap about what these idiots want, you're wrong. I'm just getting paid a lot of money to protect the man-child over there. This whole thing was destined to go tits up from the start, but as long as he comes back I get paid. That cut is gonna take some time to heal though. She answered nonchalantly. Be that as it may, I'm the class representative and if you come after my class you answer to me. She said with full seriousness. Then bring it on, kid. Tachibana said as she released her sword and flexed her hands ready for battle. Momo strikes first, swinging her sword, but Takai simply parries it with her bare hand, and throws a punch at her face that Momo barely dodges and brings up her sword to block her next punch with her fist hitting the blade. Takai speeds up with a barrage of punches with Momo doing her best to dodge and block. The two become blurs as they attack, block and counter each other with everyone watching them amazed. Uraraka, Asui and Mineta finally found their chance to grab the injured Aizawa and Bakugo before heading up the stairs. Meanwhile Todoroki is doing his damnedest to keep Nomu away, constantly basting him with ice that he keeps breaking out of and regenerating from. This just keeps getting crazier and crazier. "Where are the teachers?" Mineta exclaimed. "Iida made it out a while ago and ran for help. Hopefully they can hold them off long enough for them to get here." Ashido told them as they made it to the top. 13 was taken out too. The vital monitor in her suit shows that her vitals are okay but she's still in bad shape. Sato stated, "I can't keep track of Yaoyorozu and that villain woman, and that monster won't let up on Todoroki, we need all might." Shoji said, clearly stressed. Shigaraki was scratching his neck with his one good hand, frustrated at how long this was taking. They were only students. Since All Might wasn't here they should have been able to leave a bunch of dead kids scattered across the place by now. Nomu was taking too long killing the red white-haired boy and his so-called ace was toying with the girl. He wanted to just kill them both himself but was continually stopped by Kurogiri. With the cut and blood oozing from his hand he knew he couldn't use his quirk with it, let alone do a bunch of running around, so he stayed put, frustrating as it was. Momo and Takai continued fighting. Momo slashes diagonally at her but Takai dodges. Getting on Momo's right side she plants a quick key on her cheek as she holds down her sword and lands 7 blurring punches in the face. This makes Momo drop her sword and she brings up her arms to block a jumping spin kick that sends her flying. She skids before she's able to get her bearings and stop herself. She can feel the warm wetness of blood slide down from her forehead, her head rattling from Takai pummeling her right temple. She tries to shake it off as she stands up to continue fighting with the woman seemingly pleased seeing her doing so. "I'm glad you've got more fight left in you. Your swordsmanship is okay, but the strength of a weapon is the strength of the user, so let's see what you've really got." The Momo rushes the older woman throwing a barrage of punches and kicks that the Greynet easily dodges and blocks. Momo continues to attack with no avail, her opponent's counters are and her attacks aren't connecting. Momo throws a right jumping spin kick but she quickly realizes she kicked an afterimage. Instinctively she brought her hands above her head to block Tachibana's elbow. Momo grabs her elbow and throws her forward with Takai flipping to correct herself. Jumps back to get more distance as a giant iceberg appears a few meters behind her, reaching the ceiling and covering most of the right side of the entrance, the wooded area and some of the ruin zone. Clearly it was Todoroki but she couldn't focus on him right now. "She's faster, stronger, more skilled and experienced than me, I can't get around that. But, if I'm smart about it, I may just be able to win," she said as she created 2 small items in her closed fists. The light from her hands didn't go unnoticed by her opponent. "What's with that light? Another reason this was doomed from the start. How is he so stupid to not get info on their quirks before doing this? Jackass." Takai huffed to herself in annoyance but still prepared for anything. "Sensei, Izuku, please let this work," she prayed before rushing her opponent. In a flash Momo is on the other woman but to her shock the girl doesn't attack, she instead circles her creating field of afterimages on all sides. "So you're going with the flowing shadow technique, huh? You seem competent so you should already know this won't work on me," she stated confidently. "I won't know until I try." The real Momo breaks from circling her and tries to punch her from her left side but she's blocked before disappearing. She then tries to kick her in the back but she blocks and counters, punching only an afterimage. Takai was slightly surprised when 2 Momos charged her from the front, throwing several punches at specific pressure points and joints, but with superior skill and speed she was able to block them both. The force of this assault pushes the woman back with her arms still in the guarded position. She maintained her wavering movement and blocked those effortlessly. "I was able to attach them though. 30 seconds is all I need to stall for the first one to go off," Momo said to herself but kept the expression that she was stunned from her failed attack. "You've got good moves. That would have worked if your opponent wasn't me," she said smirking with an arrogant tone. "I know what you are going for. Using afterimages to distract me while you combined speed and footwork to create a speed clone to double up on me, hitting my pressure points and joints to break and immobilize me. Let me show you the right way to do that," she said with an excited grin. In a flash of speed, she and a speed clone deliver a punch to Momo's left temple and right temple. Before the girl can even fight back, the woman unleashes a barrage of powerful punches to every target Momo was aiming for on her and then some. She ends her assault with a chop to the left side of Momo's neck. This makes the girl drop on all fours. With the pain and numbness coursing through her, she can't support herself and she falls on her face. Like I said, if only your opponent wasn't me. She arrogantly smiled down at the girl. She looks up at the woman, ready for that arrogance to drop any second now. She screams internally. She suddenly heard the sound of loud thuds and she didn't like it. What was that? Tachibana looked to her left to see Nomu slamming Todoroki on the ground while gripping his clearly broken right arm. It gives him one more slam before releasing him and preparing to finish him with one final punch. Looks like your friend with the ice is about to die, she said nonchalantly. Ah! The woman cried out as her body was engulfed in a sudden surge of electricity. Smoke comes from her as she wobbles from the sudden shock with her head down. What the hell was that? Like you said, I couldn't match you, so I placed small two but powerful electric tags on you. Inspecting her clothes, she found one of the tags at the bottom of her shirt and the other on the back of her right thigh, crushing them in her hand when she realized when she put it there. You're smart. When you came at me with your speed clone, you weren't really trying to hit me. I'd have seen it if you tried to put it on me, so in the midst of throwing punches at me you took that moment to toss it and it latched to my shirt. I cared too much about blocking your pitiful attacks to notice. Takai thought. Momo was stunned by the durability of her opponent. She's not phased at all. That was 400k volts. She screams internally. As much as she wanted to, she couldn't bring her body to move. Even if she could, she wasn't in the condition, nor would this woman let her help Todoroki. All the years of training and she couldn't put it to use when it mattered most. She was the class rep. It was her job to lead and set the example for her class. She didn't use the most obvious way of taking down that monster when she more than could have, and now Todoroki was going to suffer for it. Her first exposure to the world of heroes, and she failed. Inadequacy overtook her as only one thought came to her mind. Izuku, hurry. As if on cue, the doors of the USJ burst open, carrying a mighty gust of wind with them, startling everyone at the top of the stairs. Most of the class had regrouped while those fighting were still in the plaza. It all happened so fast. Nomu's fist came down on the dual-haired teen, but his fist hit nothing, only leaving a fist-shaped impression on the cracked floor. Some of the students saw that he and Kirishima were laid up with the rest of the injured. Momo knew she was on the ground when she suddenly felt as though she was being carried, and sure enough, the man she just called for, her hero, was holding her in his arms bridal style at the top of the staircase overlooking the facility. You came. The hero looked directly in her eyes while giving her a warm, assuring smile. I always come when someone asks for help. Everything will be just fine because I got this. He put Momo down with Jiro helping her stand, and in a flash he was down the steps. He had observed all of the villains, and as he put her down, Momo told him that the bird-brained monster has superhuman abilities and can regenerate, and to be careful. A man with hands and a living mist was on his left, while a face he hadn't seen in almost 5 years was on his right. Tachibana-senpai, what is she doing here? I'll have to address that later. He thought as he walked towards Nomu. What kind of creature even is this? Genetically engineered to have multiple quirks. I'm going to get a sample from this thing and have Intech look into it. Who? More importantly, how could someone make something like this? Tamura Shigaraki, we must retreat. Kurogiri tried to warn his leader. I'm not going anywhere. You know what everybody says about this guy. So killing him would mean my Nomu could kill All Might. But the master said not to engage him under any circumstances. I don't care. Nomu. Kill. He ordered the beast. The monster could only take a single step as the hero was on him in a flash, already in mid-kick. He throws a left kick so fast his lower leg catches fire, adding a powerful burning effect to the attack that sends Nomu high into the air. In a flash, one is in his face, waves of blaze. He pummels Nomu with a barrage of punches so fast his fists catch fire. The monster's body is engulfed in fire and his body bulges as the hero continues to beat him. With one final punch, Nomu is sent crashing to the ground, creating a massive crater that causes the whole facility to shake. His body exploded on impact as the flames from the attack began to consume his remains. He looked at the remaining villains when he got back on the ground. The man with hands on him was visibly upset. He looked like he was going to throw a tantrum. He cheated, he said in a low angry voice. Yeah, this is definitely a fight you don't want to have. Let's get out of here. Kurogiri, open a portal please. The woman ordered as she walked towards the remaining villains. You know I can't just let you escape. One said, his hero voice being very intimidating. Portal please, and do something about that. She said, pointing her thumb at one. Get in there, she mumbled, annoyed with Shigaraki as she pushed him into Kurogiri. One rushed at the villains, but a portal appeared in front of him and he couldn't stop himself from going through it. When he came out he saw that he was falling into water. Not in the mood to get his suit wet, he started moving his feet and started running on the water. When his feet made contact, he saw that he was still in the USJ, just in the shipwreck zone. By the time he got out the villains were gone, so he collected a sample of Nomu that wasn't burning and went to check on the students. When he made it to the top of the steps he was bombarded by praises from the students. Dude, that was totally awesome. We cut it kinda close there. What took you so long? A blonde-haired boy with a lightning bolt in his hair exclaimed. I assume you're the Denki Kaminari I got in touch with. Sorry, I would have been here sooner but other villains were acting up on my way here. He smiled sheepishly. That move was crazy, you totally cooked that bird brain. A pink-haired and skinned girl chimed in. Thank you, but I just felt I needed to be thorough. Well, you nailed it. Look at that crater, and the flames are still cooking that monster. A blonde boy with a tail exclaimed. Now that we've got you face to face, what's your quirk? A plain-looking guy with weird elbows asked. Not important, I need to know who's injured, he said, dodging the question. He made a quick check on how bad the injured were. He was told 13 had her quirk turned against her, but the monitor showed she was relatively okay. Momo assured him her injuries weren't as bad as they looked, but he checked her anyway. She had a lot of bruises and a cut on the right side of her forehead, but she'd be fine. He checked on Kirishima, and aside from his arms being pretty messed up and his neck a little stiff, he was fine. Todoroki had some bruises, but the worst of his injuries was his broken right arm. Bakugo and Eraserhead looked the worst. They both looked beaten all to hell. He was told the female villain beat Bakugo and the Nomu beat Aizawa. Bakugo was unconscious, but he was covered with bruises and contusions. His breathing was steady, but he suggested he still get to a hospital with the blood coming from his mouth. Aizawa had one broken arm while his other just looked like the skin had been chipped away at the elbow. His face also looked smashed, and so he figured his orbitals were seriously damaged. The teacher was awake and wasn't pleased to see him handling the situation, but he accepted it. Well, I'm glad you're alive, Eraser. I mean that. Since that's everything, I'll be on my way. Your teachers should be here soon to wrap things up. He made a move for the exit, but he could see several figures on the other side of it. We are here, All Might shouted as he burst through the doors with all the UA faculty behind him. Kinda late to the party, guys. One stated, pointing his right thumb to where the fighting happened as he did so. All of the teachers are not only surprised to hear this, but to see one of all people here. How did you even know to come here? All Might demanded. Kaminari radioed for help. He told me what was up and I came. At first I wondered what kind of villains are stupid enough to attack UA. But when I got here and I noticed the alarms didn't go off, I knew this was serious. So I handled it. And the villains? Nezu asked. 3, most likely the alphas of this little stunt, unfortunately got away. They brought this bird-brained monster with them, but I took it down. The students took care of the rest and they should be scattered across the facility. I see. The mouse-bear creature acknowledged. The civility was suddenly ended when he was charged by Hound Dog Man. He snarled as he rushed the hero. Sorry in advance, Hound Dog. Phase ONE. He becomes intangible with the dog hero passing through him when he tries to tackle him, with the dog hero landing on his face. He waved goodbye and wished Class A well before casually walking past and through the collection of teachers, with Hound Dog repeatedly trying and failing to attack him. He makes it outside and is about to jump away when he is stopped by All Might. Wait. Yes, thank you for saving our students. He smiles at the hero as he responds. I was told some people were in danger and needed help and I did. No need for thanks, you of all people should know that All Might. He said before leaping into the air and flying back to the city. The symbol of peace looked on as the city's infamous Vigilante flew away. I'm not giving up, I need to know what you are. 1. He thought before re-entering the USJ. 3 hours later at the Yaoyorozu mansion. Izuku needed to see Momo after all that drama today. He had to come see her and know that she was okay. More importantly, he had to know how she felt having to face a sibling student in such a way. He still can't believe that she was there. He made a point to talk to Michiko about it tomorrow. He wasn't surprised that she defeated Momo. The only reason anyone was alive was because she chose not to kill anyone. Saikawa opens the front door for him and tells him that Momo was waiting for him in her room. She tackles him in a hug when he enters the room. She holds him in her arms for a moment before he reciprocates the hug. Thank you so much, Izuku. He deepened the hug. You're welcome. How are you doing? Today couldn't have been easy, he said as he ended the hug. It definitely was a change of plans. It's still shocking that any of that happened. I know what you mean. When I was told villains were attacking Ua, I wondered what villains were stupid enough to try. The entire plan was foolish and incompetent, but the villains in charge were the only true threats. I'm just glad that most of my class came out of it okay. Her face shifted to a shameful one. That Tachibana was powerful. She saw through every one of my moves, even performing some better. I think she keyed me. Only Michiko has ever made me feel so outclassed. She said she was a student of hers. Have you heard of her? Izuku let out a deep sigh as he replied. Yes. They both sat down on her giant bed. Takai Tachibana, or Tachibana Senpai as I knew her, was one of the strongest people I ever knew. In all honesty, it's because of her I was able to master the speed technique to the degree I have. When I first began learning it, she was essential in my training. She was kinda like a big sister to me back in my early years at the dojo. She was kind, compassionate and sweet, a bit clumsy, but I still liked and respected her. She left the dojo 5 years ago and was once touted as the fastest disciple. I'm sure I've surpassed her now, but her speed was always her most notable skill in a fight. What do you think happened to make her side with villains? I'm not sure, but I'm going to find out. I'm going to talk to Michiko about this tomorrow and she'll definitely be pissed. I won't be surprised if she goes after her herself. She said that she was just babysitting the leader Shigaraki. Aside from taking down Bakugo, fighting me was the only thing she seemed interested in doing. It was probably because she could tell you were sibling students and wanted to judge your skills. Momo frowned as she looked down. That's most likely the case. She was willing to let Todoroki die, but even after I electrocuted her with a surprised attack, she just shrugged it off and I didn't sense any desire to kill me. Sorry for showing up at the last minute, he said, sorrowful. It's not your fault, it wasn't even your fight. If anyone is sorry in this situation, it's me. I couldn't help my class or teacher. I made mistakes that almost got Kirishima and Todoroki killed. I was inadequate to the biggest threat despite my words, and when my body wouldn't move, all I could do was hope you would come and save us. I've always got you back, you know that. Where did that come from? She asked, curious by his words. Well, you mean a lot to me, Momo. When I first got Kaminari's signal and learned what was happening, I headed over not just to save people in danger, but a part of me wanted to make sure you were okay. I know you're strong. We've spent a lot of time training together, of course I know that, but a part of me just couldn't help from worrying a little, he said, trying to hide his blush. You're my friend. I really value that and I don't want to lose you. So don't forget I'll always be here. His confidence began to shine as he spoke his heart. Momo was thrown off for a moment, wondering if they were finally having this conversation. She didn't know how to voice it, but she had been feeling very attracted to Izuku for a few months now. Izuku eating candy at the Connemara festival is an image she still can't get out of her head, and it's one that always excites her. They hung out as often as they could and they always had fun together. He had become someone that she deeply cared for. He had the most beautiful heart of anyone she's ever met. She understood how hard the world was for him, how people look at and treat him because of his status. But in spite of all that, he's still the kindness, most caring and empathetic person she knows. She once heard that ultimate power corrupts absolutely, but Izuku is the ultimate exception to this. He's the person he is despite his abilities and how hard it's been for him. When she figured this out, she couldn't help but fall for him. She smiles at the boy, taking his hand in hers as she looks into his emerald eyes. It makes me really happy that you care, Izuku. You mean a lot to me too, and I'm grateful to have you in my life. I'll always be in your corner, and I know your duties as one are important. But can we still make time for each other? She said, her gorgeous eyes giving him a knowing look. Izuku took in her words and could perfectly read her look. He had been attracted to her from the day he met her. She is still the most beautiful girl he's ever met in his life. He never thought he had a chance with a girl like her, but she became his friend quickly. She accepted him for who he was, never once thought less of him for being quirkless, and not only believed in his dream but supported him fully when he had to take a different path. A path he thought she would leave or he would have to let her go on, but she's still here with him. And here she is telling him that she wants to stay and to keep her an important part of his life. He's known for a long time how he feels about her. She will always be a priority to him. I promise, there will always be time for the two of us. He responded with a charming smile while returning a knowing look. I look forward to it. Momo smiled back at him. There was a knock on the door with Saikawa entering to tell Momo that dinner was ready and to ask if Izuku would like to stay, which he happily agreed to. Despite how crazy the day was for both of them, by the end of it, there was a new energy and understanding between Izuku and Momo. It's been a few days since the USJ attack, and UA has been under fire from the media and the public. Villains were able to bypass their security system and infiltrate the school. Several students were injured, but the biggest critique was the fact that the students had to fight. In the aftermath, Nezu attended a press conference to do damage control, with him announcing the improvement of the security system and prioritizing the safety of the students. Many questioned just how big a threat this League of Villains was, with Nezu assuring they were working with the police in an effort to bring them to justice. They began to focus on how the attack ended. A reporter told of a reliable source that told her that the Vigilante one saved the students and defeated the villains. As much as he didn't want to mention it, he had to admit he saved the day. The plan was to keep one's name out of this if no one brought it up. The only ones who knew he was there were the students, teachers and several members of law enforcement who saw the video footage of the attack. He admitted that it was true. One came after one of the students radioed for help. On behalf of UA, a public apology was given for even needing to be saved by an illegal hero. That went a lot better than I expected. Thanks for not making me go out. A bandaged Aizawa said as he sat with Nezu after he left the press conference. It's behind us now, all we can do is move forward. Nezu stated. The sports festival is coming up, we're gonna need to amp up security this year. Do we know who we are hiring yet? I've sent the requests out to several heroes, all of whom agreed to help. We wanted to keep his name out of any association with UA, but what about one? Detective Tsukauchi and other investigators are reviewing the footage of the USJ attack. It seems as though one also has a fire quirk. They were able to collect some DNA from the creature called Nomu and sent it to a lab. I should be hearing from them soon. As for one, it seems the jury is still out on his true identity. The hero let out a sigh. Of course. He paused for a moment before continuing. It's just a feeling, but I think Yaoyorozu knows something. Nezu's face shifted in surprise at this. What makes you suspect her? The way she spoke about him on the bus to the USJ. On top of that, after the villains retreated, he checked everyone's injuries, and though I was in bad shape, I could still see and hear what was going on. The way those two interacted and spoke to each other seemed as though they were at least familiar with one another. Are you going to confront her about this? No, not yet. I'm gonna observe her for a while. Well, if she does know who he is, maybe she can help us get him on the right side of heroics. I'll keep an eye on her too and keep tabs on one, but for now I'll leave it to you, Eraserhead. In the Fujiwara lab, Izuku had come over to Taku's after school after Taku had made a discovery from the sample of the Nomu that he gave him. He wouldn't tell him what he found until they were in the lab, only that it was very serious. What he found out was clearly bothering him, but he told Izuku he would show him later. The attack from the other day had made a splash in the hero community. villains were not only bold enough but actually able to infiltrate UA and attack. He saw highlights of the press conference and was surprised that they confirmed that it was one who sent the villains packing. He was sure that saving his students and having the world know it has only added fuel to the flames of Eraser's dislike of him. He wondered what the true goal of the League of Villains was. No sane villain would dare attack UA. They allowed for so many unknowns and were completely uncoordinated. Maybe the true goal of the attack was just to prove that they could. Momo said they came to kill All Might, but their plan was terrible. Thoughts for later. I should see what Taku found out about Nomu, as well as share info about my own investigations. I'm really interested and worried about what you've found. Seriously man, it's been freaking you out all day, so what is it? Izuku asked Taku as they both approached the supercomputer. He had been silent since they made it to the elevator leading to the lab. I'm still not entirely sure what this monster was, but given what you told me I think you needed to see this. He pressed a key and a mugshot of a man with a mad expression, light olive green hair and thick lips came up on the screen. What exactly am I looking at? Izuku asked, having already suspected this yet still afraid of what the answer would be. In short, this guy is the base of that Nomu monster. He was a petty criminal who went missing about 6 months ago, Taku answered casually. Izuku was horrified. Given its looks and mannerisms, nothing outside of its physique would have implied that Nomu was ever human. He registered Taku's words. What do you mean base? Using the sample of flesh you gave me I was able to study and break it down to do an intricate examination of whatever the hell this thing was. I have to admit I was surprised at seeing human DNA. I had a theory going in and it turns out I was right. This guy's DNA had been spliced all the way to hell, I'd say with about 4 other people. His body was modified and mutated as a result, assuming to be able to handle the biological strain of possessing multiple quirks. I ran the sample through a database and last night I found this guy. His quirk was shock absorption apparently. So you're saying that this League of Villains has someone who can do this to people, someone who through mad science can inject the quirks of others into someone else at the price of becoming a mindless abomination, and I assume that this is just one of many. He said, looking at Izuku, genuinely concerned of how big this could be. Izuku looked at his hand, trembling as a thought he wanted to deny suddenly crept up on him. I killed someone, he said in a low voice just audible to Taku. I wouldn't go that far, Izuku, he said, meeting his friend's eyes. How can you not? His voice raised almost distressed. You weren't listening to what I said before. This guy's DNA has been spliced and mutated. He wasn't human anymore. His humanity, his very sense of self and sentience had literally been ripped apart. I never got to see what this thing was, but I can only assume the process of doing this turns the person into a mindless, obedient beast. Remember, what we call a quirk is merely a mutation of the human genome. The effects of forcibly combining one's own with another's, let alone several others, would be monstrous. No matter who you are, I'm gonna need to talk to Yaoyorozu to get more details on this thing. Do you have any idea who could have done this? Not a clue, but the guy's name was Ishiki Hashikawa. The cops have been looking for him ever since he failed to meet with his parole officer a few months back. Apparently he used to frequent underground fight clubs and he's originally from Hiroshima, so there's a place to start. He would need some time to come to terms with this. Moving on, he needed to share the results of his own investigations. Well, moving on for now, I've been doing my own little investigation on the hero killer. I know he was behind those murders the other day, but I think he's moved on. You see, he usually kills or cripples 3 to 5 pros in a certain area before moving on. I know where he likes to strike from and think I can narrow his targets down. All we need is to know where he headed next. Then we can go from there. And also, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a syringe with some kind of green liquid that made his sidekick narrow his eyes, surprised. Is that trigger? Yes, it is. We're going to thoroughly examine this and try coming up with a counter drug to reverse the effects. Also, I found that an executive at a pharmaceutical company is using one of their warehouses as a lab for this stuff. They're preparing a big order for someone, so I'm gonna take them out tomorrow night. Look at Detective 1 making me irrelevant for the first time in a while. Let's get started. He joked before Izuku took a seat beside him and they began their investigation. Before we start this, I also wanted to let you know the One Hero app is done. I should have it available by tomorrow," he stated proudly. "Nice job, Intech. That actually crossed my mind the other day, and I think this may force me to work all over the country. I'm gonna be all over the place. Dude, you can move faster than light, you can get anywhere in literal seconds," he exclaimed dramatically. "As soon as someone reports a crime, the app tells you where they are, you go to them and handle business. I don't normally move that fast, you know, mainly because there's never a reason to. But you're right, I'm more than fast enough to get anywhere in the country to help anyone in no time. While we're on the subject, let me show it to you," Taku said before he pressed a key and the app opened and loaded up on the screen. It showed a solid green background with an avatar of One in his stance with his confident smile and a white outline before going to the home page. An avatar of an ant with cybernetic attachments came up on the screen and walked them through the features. Taku explained that this avatar will be the face of Intech as he showed Izuku everything that he put into it, from where the public can send requests and him viewing those same requests, to a community page where he can talk to fans and view support, where he lets the users know he's on patrol, confirming when he's resolved a case. Intech even made a feature where the public can view what he's doing in real time to feel a part of the action. It's basically him sharing what he sees when he watches one in action. The difference is he can turn it off for the public, only giving them short clips at a time, and of course giving one a heads up when he does this. All in all, the app looked awesome. This would definitely substitute for not having a legit hero agency. Izuku had decided to spend the night at Taku's house. Their investigation of the hero killer had lasted late, but they were pretty confident of what they found. Taku finding a pattern in all the cities he's struck and surmised that he'll probably be in Hosu City next. While Izuku, after viewing police sketches and listening to survivor statements, deduced that he paralyzes his targets by cutting them or getting their blood. He wasn't positive yet, but was sure these were the two most likely answers to how he was able to just slash and stab his targets without them ever being able to fight back. Once they know where he is next, they can predict who he'll attack and where he'll attack from. It would take some time, but they were certain they could make a counter drug for Trigger. He noticed that he received a text from Momo asking him if he wanted to come to UA. The sports festival was coming up and she told the class of how his quirk knowledge could help them all train and prepare. He agreed and would meet her after school. He woke up Taku and enjoyed a delicious breakfast with the Fujiwara family before the two boys headed out. Izuku headed straight to UA after school let out. He was still in his school uniform as he approached the campus. Outside the gate he finds Momo waiting for him with a guest pass. "Welcome, Izuku. How are you today?" she asks with a smile. "I'm fine, yourself?" he replied. "I'm all right, I'm glad you came. I admit I was surprised you wanted me to help your classmates train for the sports festival. It's a huge deal every year, so why not help those competing be better? Getting a chance to meet new people and analyze new quirks. I knew you would enjoy this. Shall we go inside?" She gestured to the school. "We shall," he answered, smiling back at her as they passed the gates. Izuku looked around at everything as they passed through the courtyard leading to the school. He had to pause for a moment and look at the giant building before they went in. Momo noticed that he was deep in thought with many as well as several emotions going through him. "If only things were a little different, I would be here too," he said out loud with a hint of sadness in his voice. Momo didn't say anything and just took his hand in hers, perfectly understanding. They make their way through the school and Izuku is like a kid in a candy store mesmerized by what he sees. There were other students from other years around studying or preparing for the festival. This was the top hero school in the country and he wanted to know the quirks of all those in the hero course. He would get to find out today, as given the situation it would have been inappropriate for one to ask back at the USJ. As they walked through the hall, Momo kept looking at Izuku. It appeared as though he was taller than her now. "Izuku, did you get taller or is it the shoes?" The boy chuckled a little in realization. "Oh yeah, I did a physical before school and I grew to 177 centimeters. He took a hand and passed it over her head, showing he was in fact taller than her. He smiled before playfully teasing her. "It took almost a year, but it looks like I'm finally taller than you, Momo." Momo gently popped his cheek. "Whatever, I just developed early. You know it's a fact girls grow faster than boys. She smiled as she jokingly sounded like a know-it-all. True enough, Izuku said, fighting the urge to say, that's some sweet development. They were still holding hands when Momo suddenly let go when they reached a giant door that said 1A. Momo told him of how some of her classmates elected to train on their own but some decided to see who she would bring. They could both hear people talking on the other side of it and all eyes were on them when they entered, with a glare instantly appearing on the face of a familiar ash blonde. Most of the people in the room were standing around talking amongst each other. There were about 10 in all of the faces he recognized from the USJ, and in the moment of silence he raised his hand and said, "Hey everyone." The moment these words left his lips, the pink girl from before walked up to him with a big smile. "So you're Izumomo's boyfriend. Nice to meet you, I'm Mina Ashido," she exclaimed. "Likewise, I'm Izuku Midoriya, also, Izumomo," he asked, turning to his lady friend. "It's just a nickname," she replied casually. He smiled as he turned back to Ashido. "Wish I'd come up with it." A midget with purple balls on his head walked up to him next with a look of heartbreak and depravity. "Midoriya, please, you gotta tell me how you scored the hottest girl in our class," he asked desperately, looking as if he were on the verge of tears. We're not dating actually, we're just really good friends." The boy's ears were suddenly pierced by what looked like phone jacks. He could see they were connected to a girl's ears. "Please ignore him, I'm Jiro." A brown-haired girl walked up to him next. "Hi, I'm Ochako Uraraka. Yaoyorozu said you could help us all improve our quirks, thanks for coming," she said with a bright smile. He smiled back at her. "It's not a problem. Seeing and analyzing different quirks is kind of a hobby of mine and I was able to help Momo strengthen hers, so I think I can help you all out," he said confidently. The blonde on the other side of the room had grown tired of watching this. He was shooting a rage-fueled glare at his former classmate who hadn't acknowledged him yet. The only reason he's still here instead of training by himself was because Spiky Ponytail said she knew someone who could help them strengthen their quirks who was also far stronger than her. Glasses had just introduced himself and he was sick of this shit. He got out of his seat and barged through those in front of him until he was face to face with the greenette. "What the hell are you doing here, Deku?" Izuku just rolled his eyes, completely unsurprised at how little he's changed even though they haven't interacted in months. "Well, hello to you too, Kachan. I'm glad to see that you're doing okay," he answered calmly, something that only seemed to anger the teen more. "The hell's that supposed to mean?" "It means I'm glad you are okay. I heard from Aunt Mitsuki that you got hurt in the attack, but I can see it was no big deal," he replied calmly with a smile. This caused his anger to grow as he grabbed Izuku's shirt by the collar, something that shocked everyone observing. "Still thinking that you're something, aren't you, you fooing nerd?" he growled as he held onto the greenette who wasn't in the slightest bit intimidated. Iida was demanding he let him go as he was a guest at their school, but he wasn't listening. "Oi, Spiky Ponytail, don't tell me that this quirkless reject is the one you were talking about," he demanded as he shot a glare at the girl with his claim of Izuku being quirkless confusing the others. Momo returned his glare with one of her own. "Yes, Bakugo, Izuku is the person I was referring to who can help us improve and train our quirks for the sports festival. Now let him go, you're being awfully rude to a guest." The two glared at each other for a moment. Izuku could defuse this situation, but he was enjoying watching Momo put Bakugo in his place. He can't stand when someone he knows is stronger than him talks to him a certain way, not too different from how he does actually. He released Izuku and exited the classroom. "This was a waste of my time," he growled before leaving. "You sure, Kachan? I know the perfect way to help you out," Izuku genuinely asked. "Like I would ever need your help, you damn nerd. They wouldn't even let a useless reject like you into this damn school," he roared behind him as he walked away. "Seriously, what is his problem?" Jiro asked. "It's nothing, he's always been like that, especially towards me. He's always tried to bully and belittle me because I'm quirkless and wanted to be a hero, but I always rose above it. I even knocked him out once and he never got over it." "So unmanly," a boy with spiky red hair stated. "He called you Deku. What does that mean?" Uraraka asked. "It means useless. I think his animosity skyrocketed when he found out I applied to the hero course here. But if you're quirkless, why would you apply here? The brunette asked, clearly ignorant. Momo was about to retort but Izuku beat her to it. Because I wanted to be a hero. Izuku said in a calm, duh voice while raising his right eyebrow while narrowing his left looking at her like she's stupid. Uraraka lowered her head, realizing that was a stupid question. Regardless of all that I can personally attest for Izuku's ability in combat and to help us in this endeavor, so please at least listen to what he has to say. Everyone in the room nodded in agreement as Izuku was ready to begin. Alright, first off, tell me what your quirks are. 30 minutes later, all of the students were in various places around the gym area doing specific training that Izuku had specified for them. Iida was told to run constant laps around the field for good long-distance running to strengthen his calves. Ashido and Jiro found 2 large boulders with Ashido constantly releasing acid from her hands while pressing them against the column to increase her amount and corrosiveness of her acid. While Jiro was constantly stabbing her earphone jacks into hers to increase and strengthen her hearing. Uraraka was using her quirk on heavy rocks and herself to increase the weight she can lift and to reduce nausea. Mineta was continuously picking balls off his head to increase the number he can pull off and increase their sticky time. Momo was practicing her speed clone technique while Kirishima was getting pummeled by Ojiro, increasing the time and strength of his hardening while the tailed boy became more fluid with his tail. After an hour and a half Izuku decided to let everyone take a break. Hey everyone, let's take a little break, he said, loud enough for everyone to hear him. They all regroup at the edge of the field with everyone but Momo looking like death. I can't feel my hands. Ashido complained. You got it good. Every part of me hurts. Kurashima exclaimed. At least you can feel. My tail went numb over a half hour ago, I'm just throwing it at this point. Ojiro complained. Uraraka looked like she wanted to say something but ran to the fence and barfed a rainbow. I'm sorry, she said, clearly embarrassed. It's fine Uraraka, it's a side effect of your quirk, just remember the better you get the less that will happen. Iida chopped as he tried to encourage his classmate. Goo, goo, goo. Mineta sat with the group as he tried to form words, his head bleeding and his eyes white. I think this is going well. Quirks get stronger the harder you push them. Once you understand their strengths as well as their drawbacks, then figuring out how to train them is easy. Izuku stated confidently. Hey Midoriya, no disrespect of anything but it's kind of ironic that someone without a quirk knows so much about them. Kirishima spoke up, stretched out on the ground. I'm not surprised you'd think that. I guess not having one of my own made me want to understand others. I've actually got notebooks full of pages on dozens of pros and their quirks. I think a part of me just wanted to know about them as much as I could. Your youth must have been difficult, being on the outside of a world built on quirks. Iida asked. It was a struggle sometimes. I remember when I was little after my diagnosis a part of me still hoped I may get a quirk. I tried using both of my parents' quirks. But nothing ever happened, he said in a sad tone. Fortunately I was able to find a sanctuary, and I met teachers who believed I could be a hero even with my lack of a quirk. That's actually how I met Momo, we share a master. I trained for over 8 years only to be rejected by every school I applied to, including UA for the same reason. This knowledge made everyone sad because they know why they rejected him. I am sure they were just looking out for your well-being. Iida spoke up in defense of UA. Momo narrowed her eyes at this, but Izuku responded. That doesn't make it hurt any less. I had a dream but they're not gonna let me try and fulfill it because they've decided my effort will never be good enough. I've accepted it and let it go, but how would you feel, Iida? Izuku asked the taller boy who looked down in shame. Uraraka spoke up, feeling a need to defend Iida. I think what Iida was trying to say is that the practical exam was dangerous. Honestly, if Iida hadn't saved me I probably would have died. It was wrong for them to not give you a chance though. Izuku's demeanor suddenly shifted. Oh well, it's in the past now. I let that dream go and now I have a new dream. Since you all are future heroes, the least I can do is use my skills to help you out. He exclaimed confidently. Yeah, Kirishima yelled as he shot to his feet. Let's get back to it, Midoriya. Yes, I've got a few more laps left in me. Iida said with new determination. Everyone got up with a new fiery determination to continue their training. Unbeknownst to them, Mr. Aizawa had been watching them for a while from the school a couple of floors up, the greenette catching his curiosity, so he went down to observe. Izuku went back observing everyone's training. Everything was going well and it seemed no one was ready to give up, they all kept pushing. He couldn't help but observe Momo the most. He had taught her how to make speed clones and he can tell she's definitely improving. Her fight with Tachibana Senpai really changed her from a combat perspective, and it looks to be for the better. A part of him wishes all of the class was here so that way he could add all of them to his notes. Hopefully he'll get a chance. Momo was concentrating as she practiced as she made 3 speed clones. It looked as if she had made 3 perfect replicas of herself, all holding a katana. 2 fire a vertical air slash while 2 rush out and counter them with horizontal air slashes, canceling each other out. The quartet of Momos then began practicing sword swings and throwing punches and kicks on opposite ends of each other. They did this for over a minute before the clones faded, leaving one Momo clutching her knees trying to catch her breath. I'm thankful to Izuku for teaching me this technique, but the concentration and footwork needed to do this is really difficult. She thought in between her deep breaths. As I am now, 3 clone afterimages is all I am able to make, and I can only maintain those clones for just over a minute. I could make 10 but I can't maintain them for very long, at most they'd be a distraction not an attack. I need to improve. You can do this, Momo, she said, hyping herself up as she got back to training. Iida's legs were on fire, even after he had done over 100 laps by now, but he had to keep pushing until they were done for the day. He kept pushing further and further. He had to get faster, especially seeing Yaoyorozu's speed. He's nowhere near as fast as she is, and as he runs around the field he couldn't help but watch and be amazed at how much she was pushing to improve. He could also see Midoriya beating Kirishima with attacks he couldn't even follow, and if Midoriya was stronger than her as she claimed he was, then he should heed to his training suggestion. They had less than an hour left and he was going to keep pushing. Ashido, Jiro and Mineta were thinking the same thing. It hurts. Damn, it hurts. Midoriya's right. I gotta keep pushing, but damn does it hurt. Uraraka was trying not to vomit as she was making several large rocks and herself float while watching those in front of her train. Midoriya really is amazing. He hasn't let up on Kirishima once since he swapped out for Ojiro. It looks like it really hurts and he keeps getting up. Iida looks really tired too. Everyone else is working so hard, I can't let myself fall behind. Let's do it, she said as she hyped herself to keep going while she focused on her quirk. Ojiro couldn't feel his tail anymore. Izuku told him to rest up and he'll train with Kirishima. When the redhead was ready, Izuku slammed his fist into Kirishima's hard gut, forcing him back. In a flash he was on him, getting him with a barrage of kicks, ending it with a high kick to his left cheek. Kirishima took that, but it really hurt. Izuku then pummels him with a flurry of constant punches. He toned down the power as it was clearly too much. This continued for over half an hour before he decided to let Ojiro back in, so one more go before they will switch out. Izuku gets Kirishima with a one-leg donkey kick, sending the redhead roughly 50 feet in the air. The greenette appears above him in mid-backflip, kicking him in the head that sends him straight back to the ground, making his feet crack the ground where he landed. I'm alive. Kirishima roars past the pain, more to hype himself up than thinking he would have died just now. His body was still hard with his arms bent above his head. Izuku came down, grabbing Kirishima's arms before bringing his knee down on his face, driving him into the ground and burying him in a waist-deep hole. Izuku backflips and lands gracefully in front of the hole. He can tell the other boy is on his last legs, and that last beating was probably a little much. He definitely should have pulled back more, but he insisted he could handle it. He looks beaten all to hell and he's clearly in a lot of pain. Kirishima, can you get out of there? He genuinely asked. Yeah, just get this out, he said as he tried and failed to lift himself out of the ground. His head was throbbing and he couldn't focus on anything but the pain as his hardening faded. Midoriya, could you help me out? He admitted in defeat. Izuku extended a hand to the boy and with one pull was able to lift him out of the hole and place him on the flat field. Let's call it a day. You should go see your school nurse. She's here today, right? He asked casually. Sure. Man, I get your Quirkless Midoriya, but how are you so strong? You were beating the crap out of me non-stop, your hands and legs aren't even hurting and you're not even tired. What kind of training did you do? The kind that had me in agony every moment of every day for over 8 years. He replied with a smile. Sensing a presence, he turned around to see a bandaged-up Eraserhead heading their way. He could sense someone watching them for a while now. It must have been him. Hey Mr. Aizawa, come to help us train? Kirishima asked. You're the Erasure hero, Eraserhead. Momo told me you were her homeroom teacher. He exclaimed, sounding like the hero fanboy, to give the impression that this is their first meeting. No, you look like you've got this under control. I've been observing you all for a while, and it seems Yaoyorozu was right to ask you for help. Your name? I am Izuku Midoriya, sir. He answered respectfully. You were able to come up with ways for the students to fundamentally strengthen their quirks. How did you do it? He asked, genuinely curious. Well, I asked everyone to tell me what their quirks were as well as drawbacks, and based on that I was able to come up with ways for everyone to get stronger. I helped Momo in the same way before school started. I had her continuously create things while eating a bunch of fatty food. The results speak for themselves. The speed of her creations is significantly better than before we did that. She can use it longer and create larger things without expelling much energy. He said confidently. That's very impressive. I saw you training with Kirishima. Is that how you learned to train your own quirk? Is it a power type? No, I'm quirkless, sir. He replied casually. His eyes visibly shifted at this. Then how is it possible for you to be so strong? Yaoyorozu too. I asked her about how she has superhuman prowess even though it has nothing to do with her quirk. How could just training do that? He asked, genuinely curious. I've trained in martial arts since I was 7, and Momo and I share a master. It's simply hard work, that's all. The human body is capable of amazing things. The world we live in is so centered around quirks, I think most have forgotten that. The training we've undergone, while very difficult, is something anyone can do, but the fact is they don't bother to. He answered, his eyes never leaving the pros. Aizawa took in the boy's words. He was out here helping the students actually strengthen their quirks, something they definitely wouldn't know how to do on their own. Yaoyorozu said the person that she would bring was even stronger than her and knew a lot about quirks. This boy clearly possesses many skills, and given how he responded to seeing him showed he is a huge hero fan, so why wouldn't he become a hero? I am curious, with all the skills and knowledge that you have, why wouldn't you become a hero? I wanted to once. Unfortunately, you can't be a hero without a quirk. This made the older man cringe in realization. It hurt to realize that, but I found a new dream. I'm at a great school with plenty of opportunities, people who support me, and if I can lend a hand to help future heroes, I don't mind doing that. He responded confidently as he looked out at everyone still training. I see. Well, thank you for helping our students. You have less than a half hour to finish strong. He called out to the students before walking away. As he headed back to the school, he could only think of that boy. He would have made a fine student and hero. Izuku Midoriya. Kirishima couldn't walk properly, so Izuku lent him his shoulder as they went to the nurse's office. They get there and Izuku was excited to meet the recovery hero. Recovery girl. He was even more excited to see her quirk in action. Kirishima was covered in injuries that were intense but not too bad, but he was scolded for hitting so hard during training. Still, he made a mental note to add her to his journals as he asked her many questions about her quirk. When they two came back, they saw that everyone had finished up and were ready to go. They all went their separate ways, with Ashito giving Izuku and Momo a knowing look as they left together. Everyone had taken Izuku's advice and assured him they would train this way until the sports festival, and that he doesn't mind helping them again sometime. He even got Kirishima, Ashito and Jiro's numbers before they, along with him and Momo, went on their way. This had been an interesting couple of hours and he was making some new friends. He decided to call Taku since he, Momo and Jiro decided to head to the White Fox Cafe for some food. The group talked amongst themselves as many of them were excited for the sports festival. Izuku was having good conversations with the three. He found out that Jiro likes music and Ashito likes to dance. She and Kirishima went to the same middle school and were already friends. Momo was watching, happy that Izuku was getting along so well with her closest girlfriends in the class. Hey, you all saw Principal Nezu during the press conference, right? I'm still really glad they didn't cancel the sports festival, Kirishima said as they walked. I saw it. The UA Sports Festival is a big event every year. They're definitely going to beef up security this time around, Izuku stated. That aside, the attack was crazy, and the way one showed up was awesome, Ashido exclaimed. Hey Izumomo, how did it feel for the hero to hold you bridal style? She asked, giving the girl a playful smirk. Izuku, pretending like he's just now learning about it. Yeah Momo, what was that like? Sounding suspicious while giving her a charming smile with his head to the others. I'm grateful to one for saving the day, that is all, she said, trying not to blush or look at Izuku. Speaking of one, he was pretty cool in person, Jiro chimed in. Yeah, the dude was super manly at the USJ. It really beeps I couldn't see him fight though, Kirishima said, slightly disappointed. What do you think of one Ashido? The Greenette Aked. I'm actually a big fan. Back in middle school he saved my friend from some crazy drug guys. They kidnapped her and sewed some kind of drug into her and some other people and were going to ship her who knows where, but one saved her and everyone else. Izuku cringed a little remembering that case. A criminal group was kidnapping people and turning them into drug mules for a very addictive synthetic they invented that they were hoping to sell and spread across Europe. He got his hands on a sample from taking down a member of the operation and after seeing an abduction followed them back to their base in the woods where they had a plane on a runway waiting. He swiftly took everyone down and after getting the victims to the hospital surgeons were able to remove all the bags in all of them. So no matter what anyone says he's a hero in my book. I just wish I knew what he looked like. If his face is anything like those muscles he's probably super hot, she exclaimed with a giddy smile. Izuku only smiled at the girl, happy that his actions positively affected more than just the person he saved. I'm a fan of his too, I think he's a real hero, Izuku stated casually. Ashido and Kirishima broke from the group together while the others went to the cafe. He and the girls took a seat in Izuku's usual booth. They talk amongst themselves and after a while Taku walks in and sits beside Izuku across from Jiro. What's up good people, hope you're enjoying this day, here you go Yaoyorozu, he said, handing her a piece of paper. This made Izuku curious as to what that could be because neither one of them mentioned it to him. And what is that? He asked, looking at Momo. Just something I needed, she responded casually. Takumi Fujiwara, nice to meet you. He smiled as he introduced himself to Jiro. Kyoka Jiro, nice to meet you too. So I heard Izu helped your class train for the sports festival. How'd that go? Midoriya's a driver, but it all worked out. You'll be good for the festival if you keep it up Jiro, Izuku chimed in. Speaking of which, when is the sports festival for your school? Momo asked both boys. Ours is in 2.5 weeks I think, Izuku answered raising an eyebrow not really sure. Something like that. It should be fun and entertaining but it's not on the level of UA's. Taku jokes. I'm really looking forward to it. All the pros in Japan will be watching, I want to impress as many as I can, Momo stated, excited for the festival. You'll be fine, both of you. Just keep training hard until the festival, I'll be rooting for both of you. The teens continued to talk, eat and enjoy each other until it got dark. Izuku had been meaning to go on patrol but he was enjoying himself. He was suddenly thrown off when Taku took this moment to advertise the app. Hey, I'm not sure if any of you have heard but you know one has an app apparently. Both girls' eyes widened in shock, Momo's being fake while Jiro's was genuine. What, really? The earlobe girl asked. Yeah, I was surfing the web earlier and I found it. This is real apparently. It even tells you when he's on patrol and you can report crimes or anything suspicious. He pulled out his phone and showed it to the girls. Both were impressed by the look and features of the app with both of them quickly downloading it. So it's kinda like he's using this as a substitute for a hero agency, doesn't look like he's on patrol at the moment, Jiro stated. It looks that way, Taku responded, not showing her guess was right on point. That's relatively smart, and a bit reckless. It looks like others have already downloaded this, Momo stated. They all get up and leave the cafe with Jiro and Taku heading home while Izuku walks with Momo to the train station. Today was nice. I'm really glad my classmates seemed to like you, Izuku. They all seemed alright. Not surprised Bakugo didn't want to stick around though. By the way, I saw you speaking with Mr. Aizawa back at school. What were you two talking about? It was basically him being impressed because I knew how you all could improve your quirks. He saw me training with Kirishima and wondered if I trained my quirk the same way. He was really shocked when I told him I didn't have a quirk. I can believe that. He approached me after the quirk apprehension test about my strength and abilities, and I told him it was just training. I don't think he believed me, but it was the truth. I know what you mean. The training we've done is intense, grueling and difficult. I'll tell you the same thing I told him. It's something anyone can do, but the fact is they don't bother to. True enough. They walked in silence for a few moments before Momo spoke up again. So do you have any interesting cases you're investigating at the moment? Yes, actually. I just confirmed a secret lab that is making and moving trigger. I'm taking it down tonight. Do you know who the ringleader behind that operation is? She asked curiously. I do actually. A certain executive from a certain company, but he won't be at the warehouse until a meeting tonight. I'll be waiting and ready to take everyone down and collect evidence. He stated proudly. Do you want me to make you a flash drive? Izuku smiled playfully at her. Come on, Momo. You know we call them goobers around here. Oh, I'm sorry. Would like me to make you a goober? She smiled, responding sarcastically, putting strong emphasis on that last word. Yes I would. He responded casually with a smile as Momo created a flash drive and handed it to him. You can never have too many of these, he said before putting it in his pocket. Try not to freak out, but we're also investigating the hero killer. His tone is more serious now. Momo's eyes widened upon hearing this. What? She exclaimed, bringing them both to a stop. Izuku brought a finger to his lips. Try to keep your voice down. Sorry, you just told me you're investigating and most likely planning to confront a serial killer. Excuse me for being a little surprised, she said in a stern voice. Momo, you know I face killers all the time. Yes, but this is a killer with a very specific target and one that is very efficient at killing heroes. She takes a deep breath to compose herself. What have you found? We suspect he'll strike in Hosu next, but unfortunately we need him to attack someone before we can pinpoint his location and next target. I also know that getting the blood of his target is the secret to whatever his quirk is. I'll be okay. I know I can stop him. I just wanted you to know what I was doing since you asked. His emerald eyes pierced her onyx ones as he spoke. Momo took a moment to think of everything Izuku had said to her. She was worrying too much. She knew full well who she was dealing with, and if anyone could stop the hero killer's reign of terror, it was one. Hell, he was virtually indestructible, and could become intangible, invisible, and was faster than light, and could part the ocean with a single punch on top of being a master martial artist. She was left with all these thoughts as they finally reached the train station. Sorry for getting so worked up before, Izuku, it was just surprising, that's all. It's okay, I'm not mad. I can join you in your class for training again if you want. Yes, let's definitely do this again, she exclaimed, her mood much happier. Let's just hope the whole class can join us. The two hugged before parting ways, with Izuku heading into the city and one went off to take down an illegal drug operation. Today was a good day, with so many developments from his hero life to personal life, and with this new app he knew both of them were about to get crazy. But he didn't mind it. He knew he could maintain these two lives, both were equally important, and there is nothing the Izuku Midoriya or one can't do. The country was on fire the next morning. All over the news many outlets were reporting how Trigger was being secretly made and distributed from a warehouse owned by a well-known and respected pharmaceutical company. A tip was called in by one who left unconscious guards, buyers for the drug and the ringleader for the authorities to find, along with a flash drive full of evidence. The authorities had been trying to get information on Trigger Labs, buyers and supply chains for months, and the evidence left by one gave them what departments all over the country were looking for and more. This led to the immediate investigation and exposure of secret labs all over the country, as well as the arrest of hundreds of people involved. The media was having a field day with the fact that an illegal hero was once again able to do something pros and police could not. It's been 3 days. Izuku had finished his morning training and was eating breakfast with his mom. Inko was happy that her son had accomplished something that had such a domino effect. She was also happy that the tune in the media was shifting to a far more positive one since the aftermath of the attack on the city. He was happy, truly happy, and it warmed her heart. He was doing good in school and he was living his dream. She was just so proud. Izuku saw his mother smiling at him, and while it didn't bother him, it made him curious. "Hi Mom, something you want to ask me?" he asked with a curious smile. The mother simply nodded her head and smiled at him. "No, I'm just so proud of you, Izuku. I remember how I felt when you told me you wanted to be this. I was so worried about how bad it could turn out. But you chased your dream and have done so many great things. You were so devastated when you were barred from the hero course, but you didn't let it break you. You showed that you're strong and capable, and you've helped a lot of people. You don't treat this like a game, and it actually matters to you. Stay gold, son." Izuku smiled with pure joy. He loved his mother, and every day he was thankful for the mother he had. She was amazing, supportive and loving. She has always given him everything he's needed, be it physical or emotional. "I will, Mom. I love you." Their beautiful moment was interrupted by a sudden news report. "We have breaking news. There seems to be a new app going around, and it appears to be run by the Vigilante one." The Greenettes turned to the TV to hear the report. "That's right, it looks like our local illegal hero is doing a little branding," said a female reporter. The hero. One app came up on the screen, and the reporter talked about the features that app entailed. Izuku liked this local news show as they talked about him the most. It was a team of 3 reporters, 1 woman and 2 men. One was Miko Fujioka, a beautiful woman with golden blonde hair, golden eyes with the whiskers, tail and ears of a fox. One of the men was Ken Katakuri, by far his biggest hater and critic. He also did a radio show where he took every chance he could to slam one. After the fight with Vaccine Man, he was by far the loudest at making it clear it was all his fault. He's an older man with sharp features, slicked back gray hair and a lampshade mustache. The last one was Shuntaro Yugo, a handsome man with blue skin, blue eyes, shoulder-length dark blue hair. Whether he was ever on his side was hit or miss. They began to have a discussion about the app as well as his recent activities. Fujioka spoke first. "I'll be honest. When I first saw this, I took it as a type of social media app, but after really looking into it, it's actually pretty smart on his end. What I mean by that is that this is a relatively good substitute for a hero agency, which I think that's what it's supposed to be. Regardless of this app's true purpose, this is next-level arrogance from him. We have a criminal and a menace telling the whole world, yes, I break the law, yes, this is what I'm going to do, and would you please help me be better at it? This is not a hero. I ask the actual, truly responsible and upstanding citizens of society. Do not indulge in this app," Katakuri exclaimed. Yugo went next. "While I can't agree with his unprofessionalism, the results speak for themselves. He exposed a massive drug operation. Many pros and police have been left holding an empty bag. The incident at UA, responding before any of the teachers could. I don't know what he'll do next, but we've talked about him enough to know he's very efficient, and his way of investigating clearly works for him." The older man narrowed his eyes at his colleague. "You're missing the point, Yugo. Because he's good, he gets a pass on breaking every quirk law and hero regulation there is. We have pro-heroes and police with credentials, authority and the ability to handle these situations. He breaks the law with impunity, big deal, he's still a criminal. He is taking work for real heroes. I've spoken to several pros on the record, they do not like him. He hides behind a mask and he needs to be stopped because this app is liable to be a bigger thorn to real heroes. The public calls the police when a crime is committed, they then send those reports to hero agencies. What do you think will happen if they can just report those crimes to a vigilante?" he exclaimed, almost yelling. Fujioka responded, not intimidated by his words as they were standard for him. "He'll probably handle it. The app tells you when he's on duty and it doesn't look like you can send a request when he's not, so it should be fine. Also, it looks like you can call him through the app if he accepts your request. Many people have already downloaded this and they seem to like it. It's smart branding if nothing else. Yugo made his last thought. I hope this leads to his capture very soon, that is all. The two Midoriyas turn away from the screen, both pretty impressed that report was pretty good. Well, that's good free advertising, Izuku stated casually. Inko turned to her son. I downloaded your hero app and it looks really cool. I'm assuming Takumi made this. I gave some design suggestions, but all the coding that went into this is all Taku. I'm pretty sure that making the news isn't gonna stop people from downloading it. If anything, they'll want to do it more. Be careful, Izuku. Anyone can use this to lure you into a trap or something. I thought about that even before we made the app. I'll be fine, Mom. He reassured her. She smiled at him before giving him a hug. Do your best, son. They embraced for a moment before Inko pulled away, looking up at him. I can't believe you're almost as tall as your father. Izuku scratched his cheek with a finger as he smiled back at her. Well, I have shot up 11 centimeters since last year. Speaking of Dad, do you know the next time he'll be home? He said he'll be home for a few weeks before and during your summer break. That's great. I actually haven't spoken to Dad since Vaccine Man's attack. He was so worried. Izuku paused for a moment before continuing. Do you think I should tell him I'm about my hero identity? Inko crossed her arms as she thought to herself. Yes, but it should be at the right time where you can explain everything and show him how strong you've become so he won't worry like I used to. All right, I'll do that. See you later, Mom. He said to her as he walked out the door headed to school. High above the city of Musudafu, the winged hero, Hawks flies across the city as he looks at his phone. An interested smile on his face as he goes through the Hero One app. This guy really has an app to act as his agency, man, talk about creative. He exclaims with laughter. Still though, I wanna talk to him as soon as I can. Given the times he's usually cited, he's probably at work or in school, so let's figure out which it is. He said as he continued to fly. At Rising Sky, Rumi Usugiyama, the rabbit hero, Mirko, looks at her phone as she prepares to go on her morning patrol. Since she came back, she's been hard at work with training. When she's not working, she's training with her master and the girls, who she has gotten pretty close to. Hiyuki quickly became like a little sister to her and she enjoys playfully picking on Sake. It caused quite a stir in the dojo when people found out that she was living there, but Keizo calmed the situation. Yo Ru-chan, off to work. Came a voice she registered as Kyuki. Looking up, she could see Kyuki and Sake walking up to her dressed in their school uniforms. Yeah, I'm hopping out in a bit, she replied. She took a moment before asking the girls a question. Hey, have you two seen this app for that Vigilante one? This made the girls' eyes widen as they weren't expecting this. Yeah, our friends Midoriya and Fujiwara told us about this. The news was talking about it a few minutes ago too. Hiyuki responded. Okay, what do you two think about this? The rabbit woman asked. I thought it was interesting, so I downloaded it. There's a community page on the app and people really love the guy apparently. Sake answered. Same, I downloaded it because it's interesting. You know, I don't need a hero to save me, but still. Hiyuki responded. Why do you ask? I've been wanting to fight this guy for a while, and I think this gave me the perfect opportunity. She looked at her phone with a fierce smile. Well, good luck with that, Ru-chan. See you later and enjoy your patrol. Hiyuki said as the two girls headed to the train station. As Izuku was just passing the front gates of Sakai High, he suddenly felt a presence behind him. He didn't turn around to look as Taku slung his arm around his neck. 1,000, we've had over 1,000 freaking downloads since it made the news. We are about to be working, my guy. He exclaimed. How many do we even have right now anyway? It's been up for a couple days, but we're hovering at around 1,800 right now, probably be double that by the end of the day. Requests are gonna come in like crazy. We'll have to be so business savvy, I might need to create an AI to handle it. Izuku's eyes widened as if distraught. Please, do not do that. He pleaded casually. Yeah, I know, it's just a thought. You can never fully trust an AI. First you want it to be capable and efficient, and before you realize it acquires sentience and you're past the point of no return. Grandpa went down that rabbit hole years ago, turned his house into an AI that almost killed the entire family and some important political figures. He chuckled a little at the story. He avoided jail time, but Japan has laws governing the existence of AIs because of him. You Fujis are so extra sometimes. Beep it, Midoriya, he jokingly shot back. The two friends had a laugh as they made their way to class, no one really paying them any attention. Anyway, I did a little more digging into Ishiki Hashikawa, the guy who became Nomu, and it turns out he was last seen in Kashyyyk when the cops lost him. Lastly, I hear there's a whole lot of underground shit that goes on in that city. It's out of our way, but if you're interested we can go out there and look around. We got a 3-day weekend coming up, so we can just get a hotel, keep it a low-key investigation. Let's do that then. If it will get us closer to finding the mad scientist behind Nomu, I'm all for it. Looks like we're going undercover. And I've been waiting for a moment like this. Taku exclaimed, clearly excited. Hey Izu, ever heard of something called the Underground Masquerade? I remember so jerks back in middle school talking about that. It was when we first started out, so I looked into it, and as far as I know it's a moving underground fight club. I was able to find some police records mentioning it. It's an anything-goes fight club suspected of being a cover for some shady operations, as people who participate tend to go missing. It's possible Hashikawa could have been kidnapped while participating, Izuku surmised. It's possible. The problem is only certain circles of people would know where it is. After all, it moves around. The last time it was busted was in Osaka 10 years ago. Well, we know it's still a thing. Let's keep looking out and investigating. Huh. When do we not? He exclaimed jokingly. The school day came and went with Izuku and Taku getting in position to do work. Izuku turned into one and went into the city while Taku became Intech and went to the lab. One stands on the roof of a building, letting the users know he's now on patrol and ready for requests. Looking down, he can see a handful of heroes also on patrol, but he ignores them like always. Somehow he has apparently become Death Arm's mortal enemy, as there is zero civility with him. He only wants to capture him. While he was waiting for a request, he decided to handle something. A small warehouse was holding black market goods. He just needed to take down any and all guards and he was good. Hey one. He hears someone call out to him. He looked down and was surprised to see Mirko looking at him with a fiery smile. He jumps down to converse with the heroine. He kept his hero voice, but that didn't stop his hero fanboy from slipping out. Hello Mirko. I'm glad I get to meet you. I'm a really big fan. How can I help you? He smiled as he asked her. The woman continued to smile at him as she pointed a finger at him. I challenge you to a fight one. This declaration got the attention of all civilians within earshot. One was a little thrown off by this, as he was expecting her to try and arrest him. One of the skills he's picked up from Keizo is a fine-tuned ability to read people, and he could tell she had no interest in that. It seems you're adequate with martial arts etiquette. I can tell you don't want to arrest me, but before I respond, why? Her fiery smile still on her face. Because I want to know if all the rumors I hear about you are true, plus you saved me. If I don't get a crack at sending you flying, I'll never get over it. She answered. She also had a theory about him which by fighting him would certainly confirm. One merely smiled as he registered her words before thinking to himself. The rabbit hero. Mirko wants to fight me. Sure, this is about her pride, but it's about more than that. I can tell she has no interest in arresting me. Maybe we can be friends. That doesn't mean I can let her win though. He finished thinking and he came to a decision. I accept your challenge, but we're both on patrol at the moment, so this will have to be quick. That's fine. So where should we do this? He pointed to his 10 o'clock. There's a vacant lot 8 blocks that way, plenty of space. People may see, but we won't damage any property. At least I won't. Lead the way then. With a combination of leaps and parkour they made it to the lot in less than a minute. It was a wide rectangular lot with low grass and concrete walls on 3 corners with the sidewalk passing by it. Mirko looked around, comfortable with this location as it was in between abandoned buildings, so no chance of collateral damage. This'll work. Now let's do this. They both went to the ends opposite each other. Mirko looked fired up while one took a deep breath before getting into his stance. I'm ready when you are. Mirko wasted no time as she rushed him. she threw a blurring flurry of kicks that one easily dodged. Mirko continues to kick, chasing him as the two become blurs that move across the lot. One stops the chase and stands his ground as he dodges another flurry of kicks. He shifts forward, blocking a kick with his right forearms and decks her in the forehead with his left fist. The blow sends her flipping back and skidding as she gains her balance. One thrusts his right elbow into her stomach, knocking the air out of her, and she drops on all fours. Mirko lays crouched on the ground. Cough cough. He can dodge my kicks like it's nothing. Who is this guy? She thought as she pushed past the immense pain and stood up. Jumping at one, she throws a right spin kick to his left side. He brings up his left arm, easily blocking her kick, the force cracking the ground beneath him. Still airborne, the rabbit woman pelts him with a barrage of kicks that he easily blocks. She is stunned suddenly when for a moment her kicks pass through him. She instinctively crosses her arms over her face, successfully blocking the axe kick that was about to come down on her, the force of it making her crash to the ground, cracking it and causing a loud crash, making the ground shake. Her arms were still shaking in pain as she flipped herself back to her feet. Turning behind her, she could see her opponent, still rearing to go. Damn, that really hurt. He tricked me with a Fu-ing speed clone and I didn't even see him jump. He's a smart one, she thought. Her arms are pretty much useless for the rest of this fight. She doesn't really use them in combat anyway other than blocking. I can't do this all day, so. Pushing past the pain, Mirko comes back again, throwing a flurry of kicks with one returning some of his own. The two clash with blurring kicks and it's clear that ones are far stronger and faster with some of his connecting. After countering one of Mirko's kicks, he quickly connects a hook kick to the right side of her head. He swings back and spins, kicking her left side, and in that same motion connects a chop to the left side of her neck before following through on a punch to the face that sends her to the ground. She's hurt but finds the strength to stand back up. He's as good as I expected. No, he's way more than that. Plus it looks like my hunch was right. Still, I ain't backing down. She was brought out of her thoughts when one was in her face in a flash. He slams his right elbow into her stomach, then flicks his arm, slamming a backfist into her face and finishing her with a palm strike to the chin that sends her crashing into the concrete wall behind her, cracking it. She lands on her feet, leaned up against the wall as one cocks back his right fist and fires 3 shockwaves of punched air. Air bullet. The attacks move faster than the blink of an eye, hitting her forehead, stomach and right knee, knocking her out and making her drop to the ground. One smiles, not out of arrogance but because he was happy he was able to fight a sibling student. He was sure of it now, they could be friends. He picked up the unconscious rabbit woman and sat her against the wall while he sat beside her until she woke up. After about 4 minutes she woke up. "Welcome back, Sleeping Beauty," he joked at her. "Shut up," she replied, annoyed as she got to her feet and dusted herself off. "You okay?" he genuinely asked. She was massaging her chin as she responded. "Yeah, I'm good." She continued to massage her head as she gathered her thoughts. "You've got some good moves, one." "Thank you. Yours are pretty good as well. Thanks for the other day, by the way. Since then I've been doing serious training whenever I'm not working, and I needed to gauge how strong you were, because if I got saved by someone much weaker than me I'd never live it down." "It was nothing, just being a hero." "You really are, aren't you?" She paused for a moment before continuing. "So you were a disciple of Rising Sky too, huh?" The hero was completely shocked that she would suddenly throw this out. Then he realized he had given himself away in a sense from fighting her. "Excuse me," he replied, trying to play dumb. "Don't play dumb. I may not know who you are, but I do know that you're a disciple of the dojo where I was trained. You seem competent, so I shouldn't have to spell it out for you. It's your kicks. They're the same as mine and anyone else that trained at the dojo," she stated bluntly. One's eyes widened behind his cowl. She's right, I knew this could happen. At Rising Sky, fighting is an art form. Throwing a punch, kick, knee or elbow, there's a very distinct way of doing these that Keizo and Michiko make sure every student perfects. It's so distinguishable that any student who fully completed their training would easily recognize it regardless of fighting style, he thought. Mirko noticed his shift change and gave him a mischievous grin. "So are you gonna tell me who you are, or do I have to figure it out?" He regained his composure and gave her a confident smile. "You know I can't do that. Good luck with unmasking me though." You sure know how to keep things entertaining. Come on, walk and talk. The two heroes left the lot and were walking down the street. They continued talking while staying alert for any action. They talked about some of their best cases, why they wanted to be heroes. One even offered to help her train if she wanted, which she agreed to. The two heroes make their way to a stand and get some bottled waters. Handing her one, he continues their conversation. Is it true you used to frequent underground fight clubs in high school? Haha. I'm not surprised you heard about that. Man, those were some wild times for me. Being Rising Sky's #1 problem child, good times. She laughed in nostalgia. Master said once that she neutered your battle-hungry nature, but by that point it was too late to kill what she had created. He joked, smiling at her. Well, it's true. I wasn't like that when I first got there though. Actually, I was pretty timid. I think I was 8. I saw these kids bullying another kid. I wanted to help but I was too scared to do anything. It bothered me all day. I was in a park by myself sitting on a swing and it was getting late, and then this woman walked up to me telling me to head home. But seeing how down I was, she asked what was wrong, and that's when the tears came down. After I told her the story, she smiled at me and called me brave because of my desire to help someone else despite being scared. She said I had the heart of a hero and offered to train me. That's how I met Michiko Tabahara for the first time. She smiled fondly at the memory. I was kinda the same. I wanted to be a hero. I wanted to help and save people with a smile just like All Might. But it was gonna be really, really hard for me. My mom took me to meet with them and Michiko was the first I spoke to. I begged her to give me a chance and I wouldn't let her down. I'll never forget what she said to me. She said being that kind of hero definitely seems impossible. That is unless you trained at their dojo. Though my road got a little bumpy, I still ended up where I wanted to be. Mirko looked at the green-clad Vigilante beside her, many thoughts going through her head. This guy is definitely interesting. Hey Mirko. Are you going to watch the UA Sports Festival? It starts tomorrow, you know. I'll watch, but I'm not really interested in scouting anyone. But Michiko's been badgering me to take on a girl she trained who's apparently going to be in it. Her name's Momo Yaoyorozu if I'm right. Well, since you're sibling students you should at least look and see what she's got. Come to think of it, I think I met her at the USJ, she seemed like she had potential. Speaking of your days in underground fighting, have you ever heard of the Underground Masquerade? Her eyes widened with an excited look on her face. That, hell yeah, it's crazy because I only did that once and I found it by complete accident. One suddenly became more attentive, determined to get as much info on it as he can. You were in it? Yeah, back in those days I had a sixth sense for when a fight was going down and once I felt it I was heading over. Tiger Bunny came in to kick some ass. Tiger Bunny. My street fighting alter ego, duh. But it wasn't much of a secret, everyone knew the local school girl who crashed fight clubs. She shrugged, smiling. I want to investigate it. Do you know anything like where and how it moves around? Not a clue. Like I said, I followed my senses to find it last time and I didn't even know it was called that until after the fact. One side at this. Was there anyone shady or suspicious, in a place like that? Someone who just stood out compared to everyone else? Mirko closed her eyes as she tried to remember back a decade, then one face came to her. There was this guy in a hood. I don't know who he is or where he came from. Some chaos broke out and gas started to fill the place. I had to team up with 2 other guys and he tried to stop us from getting out. You remember what he looked like? Yeah, he had black skin and so was his face. His eyes were yellow and it threw me off at the time, but he seemed to have 2 quirks. This made one's eyes widen. You sure? He could stretch, grow and regenerate his limbs. I could be wrong but that sounds like multiple quirks to me. What happened to him? Don't know. We fought him but he was strong so I made it outside and found a detective who called All Might. I got back in the fight and we were able to push him back but when All Might arrived a black portal opened up and he was gone. A black portal, he thought. His thoughts then immediately went back to the USJ. So whoever the leader of the League of Villains is has been in business for a while. This hooded guy could have been the very first Nomu. But her story just raises even more questions. He looked back at the rabbit woman. Thank you, Mirko. The two went quiet for a while as they kept an eye out for action. How about we team up on a case? The rabbit woman looked at him with a mix of shock and confusion. Before you reject, I know you don't do teams, but hear me out. I recently discovered a warehouse holding black market goods. Wanna help me take it down? She smirked. Legally speaking, I need probable cause to bust up a place like that. Get me that and I'm in. He pulled out his hero phone and showed her a photo of a pudgy man with an eye patch over his right eye, black hair with a small ponytail. This is Takuma Kokuri. He's more or less an underground merchant. He's one of many in an underground network of traders. Weapons, support items, drugs, counterfeit money, even costumes for villains, he's got it. Been investigating him for a few months now and was able to connect this other guy back to him who moves merchandise from one of his smaller warehouses. We catch them moving and loading goods, I sneak in, get evidence and signal you when to strike. Her fiery smile lit up. Let's do this. The sun was going down and they were in position. With an earpiece and Intech on the line, Mirko was laying low on the roof of the building directly across the street from the warehouse. There was a large fence around the lot with a gate as the only way in. She could see over a dozen guys standing near delivery trucks, going in and out of the warehouse or standing in the lot talking amongst themselves. The way they were all dressed in dark clothes was definitely suspicious. One was on the roof of the warehouse completely out of sight. Once trucks of new goods arrived, they would make their move. After another 10 minutes of waiting, 3 delivery trucks pulled into the lot. Show time, he said as he pulled a cartridge from one of the pockets on his belt containing 5 small fly-shaped robots. He pulled out 2 and they began to fly from his hand in the direction of the lot. Spy flies are ready. 1. I'll set Mirko's earpiece to hear everything these 2 pick up and I'll signal her when you're ready. Thanks, Intech. Make sure to capture photos with these other 3. I got you. Using his Phase 1 technique, 1 phase through the roof of the warehouse and lands in the rafters. All around he can see the building is full of crates and pallets of black market goods. Looking down he can see roughly 10 guys in black moving stuff in and out of the warehouse. No one has noticed him yet as he releases his last 3 spy flies. These are little robots Intech made that are basically tiny cameras and trackers. They record what they see and hear with perfect resolution and audio. They can take photos of things as well as map out a trail of unfamiliar areas. Their feedback is sent to Intech and his hero phone. After 5 minutes he got a call from Intech. Yo 1. Mirko said she's heard all she needs to. You can go right now. The spy flies have all the photos and audio you need too. Alright, tell her to go now if she wants. I'll handle the guards in here, then find a computer. Roger that. All the guys in the building got stirred up when they heard a loud crash from outside. They all rushed to the exit when 3 were suddenly knocked out after being struck by air bullets. The other 7 turned around to see who the attacker was, only to see a green blur drop to the ground and a strong gust of wind send them into the air. Seeing the guards trying to get outside, 1 quickly fires 3 air bullets, hitting 3 in the back and knocking them out. Before the others even knew what was going on, he had already jumped from the rafters and rapidly spun into a ball before doing a 0-degree axe kick, creating a vacuum that brought them all into the air. In a flash of speed, the hero one-shots all the guards. He lands from his assault and walks to find a computer as the sound of their unconscious bodies hitting the ground rings throughout the building. He could also hear the sound of crashes and guys screaming. Sounds like Mirko's doing just fine. Now for that computer. 10 minutes later he was flying across the city with Skywalk. Mirko was talking to the police, the guards were being rounded up and the stuff was being confiscated. He was able to get some more evidence from the computer he found and put it on a goober that he gave Mirko. Naturally he couldn't stay for the cleanup, but he and the rabbit hero had some good words before he had to go. The police are on their way, you should probably take off. Here's your earpiece back. She gave it back to him. Thanks. Before I do, here you go. He hands her the goober. I found a computer in there and was able to get records and files on another warehouse and supply lines. I was also able to get the plates and drivers of some of the trucks they use. The rabbit hero was amazed by this level of work. Working on a level outside of fighting and rescue eludes her. He's not only able to fight, he can also work on a technical and investigative level. He can literally do it all. Most heroes are usually in a bubble and stay in it, but he works in every field. Good work, 1. I can send you the info gathered by the spy files. Just give me your info and Intek will take care of it. After getting her info, he could hear sirens in the distance. 1 leapt away after saying goodbye. The rabbit hero couldn't help but smile at him as he flew away into the city. 1. You are definitely an interesting guy. Can't believe I got to team up with Mirko. That was awesome. Now that I think about it, that's my first team up ever. He thought to himself. Who knows, maybe we can do it again. Intek suddenly spoke into his cowl. I got to team up with Mirko, she was so hot and awesome. I definitely want to do that again. The sidekick mocked playfully. Is exactly what you were thinking, right? This slightly annoyed the hero. Get out of my head. But what do you think of our first team up? That went way better than I expected. She was really surprised to learn that you have a sidekick. Still, I don't think she'll tell anyone. This could be good. I really hope so. I like Mirko, she's a good hero. Where are we on the app? You've actually got a handful of requests at the moment. Try getting on that so people know that this is definitely real. Okay, will do. Talk to you later. Call ends. He's still flying and about to pull out his phone when he looks ahead and sees a figure flying about 100 yards in front of him. It became clear who this was from the giant red wings flapping. Hawks, he said in a confused tone. Suddenly, as if he heard him, the winged man turns around and starts flying towards the Vigilante, and after a couple seconds the two were face to face. He stopped skywalking and floated while using his leg strength to stay airborne as they looked at each other. Well, if it isn't one. I've been looking to talk to you for a while. He was surprised to hear these words. You wanted to speak to me. About what? I'll get to that in a minute, but how are you flying? More specifically, how are you not falling? He asked with a smile in a seemingly excited tone. I have my ways. He responded with a smile. Okay, come on, fly and talk. He said before flapping his wings and flying to his right. One jumped off the air and followed. They flew across the city for over a minute with Hawks seemingly testing one's ability to fly, with one easily able to keep up with him in both speed and maneuverability. After a while he decided to find out what he wanted to talk about. So what's this about? Surely you didn't want to meet me just so we could fly around. The two landed on the roof of a building as the hero answered. Let's be friends, Hawks said casually as he smiled at him. As in a let's hang out and get some food kind of way. He jokingly replied. More is all heroes don't hate you kind of way. Okay. He smiled as he proceeded to shake the hero's hand. He suddenly felt a tiny shift on the back of his belt. Though he knew exactly what it was, he continued to shake Hawk's hand with a smile. Later, 1. Keep up the good work. He was about to fly away when one grabbed the collar of his shirt. Hold up, Hawks, I think you forgot this. He said, smiling at the hero as he reached behind him and pulled a small feather that was slid between his belt. Keep it as a memento. He smiled as he tried to play off what he just tried to do. One continued to smile. I was born at night but not last night. If you wanna spy on me, you're gonna have to do better than that. Hawks looked surprised at this. What do you mean? It probably just fell on you as we were flying. Relax a little, man. Oh, I'm very relaxed. We're friends now, right? So I'll tell you. I'm a huge hero fan and a bit of a nerd for quirks. Long story short, that means I have intricately studied yours. Your quirk gives you strong feathers and you have full control over every single one. You can fly, use some as swords, and just one is more than strong enough to lift and carry a person. However, you're able to get to scenes and stop incidents quickly, save and rescue people you can't even see. Why is that? Because these feathers have strong sensory abilities, don't they? The number 3 hero eyes narrowed a little and put up a smile at this breakdown of his quirk. This is something not on public record. As far as the public knows, his feathers are just strong and he can control them. He was amazed and a little mad that one figured it out. He has feathers positioned all over his city and he's able to hear and feel everything that they pick up. That's how he's able to stop crimes and catch others so fast. I'm taking that silence in meaning I'm right. He looked at the feather for a moment. Your quirk's even cooler than I thought, so let's try this again. Anything you wanna ask me, go right ahead, just keep it civil. Wow, no disrespect, but you really are a quirk nerd, aren't ya? He smiled, laughing a little to himself. One smiled back. So I've been told. Hawks put a hand to his head with an embarrassed smile. Man, this is embarrassing. Still, I figured I'd take a shot at unmasking you. You really interest me. You're on the radar of a lot of powerful and influential people in this industry. Back when the city was attacked, I know you beat the blue villain Not All Might, also stopping the attack at Ua and most recently uncovering the biggest trigger operation to date. I'm not jealous, I'm impressed more than anything. To be perfectly honest with you, I don't really care about the vigilante thing. You're good, really good, better than most pros actually. But the powers that be want you unmasked, so I took a crack at spying on you. But you found me out. Well, you're not the first to spy on me, nor will you be the last, I'm accustomed to it by now. Still, I wanna know. You're clearly strong, why are you a vigilante? Hell, with the right connections you could go pro the first chance you got. Sorry, but those reasons are my own. All I can say is that I'm living my dream. Nothing wrong with that, but how you chose to live it, I doubt it's paying your bills. I have a life and career goals outside of this. It's very important to me, so it'll always be a priority. Plus, I'm not a big fan of heroes getting paid, and I kinda think the ranking system should be abolished. Hawks raised an eyebrow at this. Really? How come? With the term hero having become a largely profitable industry, I think that can lead many who pursue it to get in for the wrong reason. I like to think I do this for no other reason than for one. It's always what I wanted to be. 2. Because with all the strength and skills I have obtained, I should use it to help others and make the world as better a place as I can. And 3. Because it's the right thing to do. I'm a firm believer that a hero is someone who does the right thing because it's right regardless of what you'll gain. Some people want money, attention, praise, fame. I don't care about any of that. I will never do this for praise or reward. I'll keep doing what I do 'cause I'm a hero. He finished, giving the hero a bright smile. I like you. You're pretty cool, you know that. Was that sarcasm? Nope. One chuckled a little as Hawks looked to speak again. I feel kinda the same way you do. Popularity and approval ratings make up an important factor in the rankings when that's got nothing to do with being capable and effective against villains. My goal is to make this a world where heroes have too much time on their hands. He spoke with genuine truth. Well, that collectively should be the long-term goal. If we have nothing to do, then it means everything is peaceful. That picture looks good to me. The two had a mutual understanding before one got a notification for his hero app letting him know he just got a request. He saw that he had over a dozen different requests that have built up since he went on patrol up until now. The sun had gone down and it was dark. He started with the request at the top that said, "Husband in danger." Clicking on it, the location of the user came up showing that they were a few blocks away. Alright, I'm off, Hawks. I got a request on the app. Mind if I tag along? Sure. Other pros may look at you a certain way if you're seen with me, and the public may think it's weird. Let them think what they want, plus you can just call it me legitimizing your work. You mean piggybacking, he jokingly stated. Hawks closed his eyes and shrugged with a sly smile. Call it what you will. For the next couple hours, Hawks tagged along with one as he knocked out every request that came through on the app and other incidents. The first was a woman asking for help with her husband who was in some kind of danger. They learned he was being blackmailed into helping an old friend and his associates rob the casino where he worked security. After some spying, they stopped the plan before it even began. They moved on to catching some carjackers, stopping a drug deal, foiling an attempted beep and mugging. They resolved a kidnapping, saving the person bound up in the trunk of a car. One even saved a family from a fire and used a thunderclap to put it out. The two heroes were having a good back and forth with them, even competing over who could stop a crime first, with by the end of the score was 12-4 one's way. When they would resolve a case, one would get some distance from the scene while Hawks handled the police. He would outright tell them when it was one who resolved the incident, taking credit only when he himself did. People even walked up to them asking for selfies when they were walking on the street and would immediately upload them to the community page in the app. He was certain this was gonna cause a stir tomorrow once the public and other heroes knew about this. He didn't mind too much though. After the past couple of hours he wouldn't mind being friends with hawks. Kamui Woods tried to call them out when he saw them flying across the city, but they pretended not to hear him. It was almost 10 o'clock and the two heroes were standing on a water tower overlooking the city. "Hey Hawks, are you going to be watching the sports festival? You know it's tomorrow." "Yeah, I'll check it out. I wanna talk to a member of Class 1A and try to get some info on the League of Villains. Speaking of, do you know anything about them I should know?" Their goal at the moment seems to be to kill All Might. They have someone who can inject the quirks of others into someone else and scientifically modify them. I'm looking into uncovering that right now. Also, I'm not entirely sure of their relationship or her allegiance, but they have a powerful woman named Takai Tachibana on their side. He responded. Hawk's eyes widened slightly at these words. "Takai Tachibana, you're sure?" He sounded a little stressed. "Yes, I'm sure. Why does she bother you?" "Something I should know." Keeping his composure. "It's nothing. Anyway, I'm gonna call it a night, later one," he said before flying off. One watched the No. 3 hero fly away, officially suspicious of the past half-minute. Yeah, there's definitely some history between Hawks and Tachibana Senpai. The question is, what is it? He was about to head home, but as he looked down he could see a boy his age sitting on a bench looking really upset. He was the same heterochromatic-haired boy he saw at the USJ, and remembering what Momo told him, his name was Todoroki. He jumps from the water tower and flips off a building before landing 10 feet to the left of the sitting boy. He jumped a little at the sudden arrival of the hero. "O-N-E. Hey, I was about to end my patrol, but I saw you from the water tower and you looked upset. If you want to talk, I'll listen," he said, being truly genuine. Todoroki was surprised. He just got into a fight with his bastard father about the sports festival tomorrow and he needed to get out of the house. He's been worse than usual, especially since he was hurt in the USJ attack. He claimed that if he used his fire he would have been just fine. According to his class, one had saved him when the Nomu monster was about to kill him and he never got the chance to thank him. Now he was standing in front of him asking about his problems. His father hated him. He's taken a lot of work from him the past few months, and whenever he tried to arrest him, one either escaped or easily beat him. Talking about something like this to a stranger felt a little weird, but it was someone his father hated, who was stronger than him, and despite being illegal was a better and more likable hero than him. "Hey one, I'm Shoto Todoroki, do you have a minute?" "Sure," he answered as he sat down. "First off, thanks for what you did at the USJ, I really appreciate it." "Don't mention it," Kiminari radioed for help, "and I'm just glad I made it in time." Todoroki went quiet for a moment, thinking to himself before he spoke again. "One, can I ask you a question?" "Sure, shoot. I've seen videos of you fighting. There are a lot of rumors online about you. Since you're right in front of me, tell me, seriously. Are you All Might's secret love child or something?" His eyes widened behind his cowl. He wasn't expecting him to ask him that question, but he wasn't surprised that someone asked that. That's been a rumor about him for months now, since his first exchange with All Might. Given his power and his interactions with the man, many people think that, which he always denies when asked. "No, I am not related to All Might in any way, shape or fashion. I have a father that I strongly take after." "Well, the power you eschewed is definitely the same. Anyway, I had to get out of the house. I couldn't deal with my bastard father." The coldness of his words made one fully zone into the conversation. "My father's the flame hero. Endeavor, you must have heard of him." "Yeah, he really doesn't like me. As far as I'm concerned, keep doing what you're doing." "So what did he do that has you so upset?" He took a breath as he collected his thoughts. "Have you ever heard of quirk marriages?" This made the hero cringe at the question. He was never a huge fan of Endeavor, but in that moment his opinion of him was significantly lowered. "Yes, I have. Personally, I find the concept of that sickening. Forcing someone to marry just to make a child with a powerful quirk is many kinds of immoral because it takes love out of the equation. Not only that, genetics are a tricky thing. Getting the child you want may never happen, or even worse, you go through child after child until you get the one you want. Which will only lead to neglect, abuse and abandonment towards all but the trophy child. Todoroki looked at him amazed at his perception. You're very perceptive. That's exactly what happened to my family. My father paid my mother's parents to get his hands on her ice quirk. My quirk, half hot half cold, is a dual emitter type that's a perfect blend of theirs. It took them 3 tries before they got the quirk my father wanted. Fire and ice. Am I right to assume that the entire point of the marriage was to have a child whose quirk would eliminate the drawbacks of his own? He asked, becoming more and more frustrated with the flame hero. Exactly. To understand this situation, you have to understand Enji Todoroki. He wanted to be recognized as the strongest, and to be the #1 hero. Even after blitzing through the ranks and becoming the #2 hero when he was only 20, he knew that he could never surpass All Might. So he planned to siphon a child who could. His anger and obsession led to him abusing all of us. It took a toll on my family, especially my mother. When I think of her, all I can remember is her crying, just before she threw boiling water on my face. This made one cringe. It was all his fault. Everything is his fault. He put her in a mental hospital after that, and is raising me to usurp All Might. But I refuse to be a pawn for that scumbag. When I'm in battle I never use my left side, I never use his power. I'll win the sports festival and become the top hero using only my mom's power. One had taken in everything the other boy had said to him and he could truly empathize with him. He knew Endeavor was a rough, intimidating person, but to think that someone who calls themselves a hero would go this far and do something this disgusting just for something as pointless as being called the strongest. He was sickened, disgusted and enraged at the #2 hero and would let his thoughts be known on this the next time they meet. When he first saw him, Todoroki looked like someone who needed help and he was going to do it. Todoroki, I empathize with your situation. But do you want to be a hero? I know why he wants you to be a hero, but do you genuinely want to be a hero? Shoto was shocked by this as he looked down and tried to collect his thoughts. Yes. Why? And it can't be something as petty as you want to renounce your father. That's got nothing to do with saving people or being a hero. You said you'll only use your mom's power, but what if someone loses their life because you didn't use your flames? The heterochromatic teen looked down. And it's not Endeavor's power or your mother's, it's yours. It's your quirk and only you can decide how it'll be used, and if you decide to be a hero and help people then you have to be willing to use all of it. Be the hero you want to be for your own reasons, not his. Shoto looked at the green-clad Vigilante. His eyes widened as he suddenly remembered a memory he had with his mother. They were sitting on the couch watching an interview of All Might where he said some of the same words one just said. He then remembered his mother's words after she comforted him after his father's abusive training. Shoto, you still want to be a hero, don't you? It's okay. You can use your power to be who you want to be. A tear suddenly ran down his face after remembering the memory. One saw this and grew a bit concerned. You okay, Todoroki? The other boy whipped his face as he had a smile on his face. Yeah, I'm fine. You're right. I want it. I want to be a hero. He said with passion as he looked at his right hand, coating it with fire before making a fist and putting it out. He then stood up to leave. Thank you, One. You've given me a lot to think about. One smiled at the boy. Happy to help. I wish you well, Todoroki. And good luck in the sports festival. I'll be watching. Todoroki nodded before walking away. That guy will be okay, but seriously, what the hell, Endeavor? Issue to address later. Let's get home. Izuku awoke the next morning. It was Friday and the day of the sports festival. He had no classes today, giving him a 3-day weekend, and he was going to use it to handle business. The hero killer struck again last night, as they predicted in Hosu. He killed one of the sidekicks of Ingenium. After a quick study of their patrol routes last night, he was pretty sure he knew where he would be. Also, he was certain Ingenium would certainly want to avenge one of his sidekicks. He was going to head to Ua and give Momo his support before heading to Hosu. He was a little nervous as he was going to do something drastic that he hoped wouldn't distract her too much. After doing his morning routine, he ate breakfast and got dressed, putting on a white tee, blue shorts and his red shoes. He headed over to UA where they were holding the sports festival. The entire time he was thinking of what he'll say to Momo when he sees her. Just wish her luck, Izuku, and make a point to celebrate with her later tonight. He made it to the stadium and outside he could see food stalls and many heroes present. He saw Mount Lady, Air Jet, Mirko, Kamui Woods, Ms. Joke, Fat Gum and even Endeavor. He was here, he may as well meet and get photos with some of the heroes, he had time after all. He got a selfie and some say why pics of Mount Lady, had some good laughs with Ms. Joke, shared a bite of takoyaki with Fat Gum and he even spoke to Mirko and got a picture with her. After he had his fun we went into the corridor under the stadium to look for Momo. He had told her he was there and would come to meet him. He was nervous as his lady friend would meet him soon, the advice he'd gotten from Machiko a few days ago not helping his nerves. Rising Sky 2 days ago. Izuku, Taku, Kyuki and Sake were having a study group at the dojo. They had a test the next day and Kyuki wasn't doing so hot in this subject so they are all studying in her room. Izuku and Taku were both at the top of the class in just about every subject, plus she's their friend so she didn't mind helping her out. After they had finished they started talking about various things when Izuku wanted to ask the girls something. "Hey girls, can I ask you two something?" "Sure, what's up Izuku?" Kyuki responded. "What is it Midoriya?" Sake responded. "I want to take things to the next step with Momo, how do I go about that without making it weird?" Yaoyorozu, huh, so you're finally doing that. Hell, when I first met her I knew you liked her. Kiki stated. Sake was blushing a little as she noticed the presence. "I don't think I'm the best to give advice here. Just tell her how you feel bro." "I agree with Taku, just get a moment alone and tell her. Most women prefer the direct approach, and if she likes you back it won't be an issue." The door suddenly opened to reveal Machiko. "You children just love to disappoint me, don't you?" she said in a playful tone. "What do you mean auntie?" Kyuki asked. "I mean this isn't something as simple as just telling a girl you like her, this is a girl who is always thinking from an intellectual standpoint. Things like feelings are no different. I'm not saying Izuku just telling her won't work, but I know a way that will make things more effective." "And that way would be?" Izuku asked. The master gave a sly smirk. "Her. Nani? Not on the lips, boy. Just do and say this." End flashback. Izuku lets out a deep breath as Momo comes into view. "Hey Momo." He smiled and raised a hand at her. "Hello Izuku, I'm glad you came to see the festival. Normally I would love to stay and watch the show. But I just came to wish you luck." "You're not staying." "Unfortunately no. I wanted to wish you luck before heading to Hosu. Trust and believe I will be watching and rooting for you." "I appreciate it. You said you're heading to Hosu, I assume it's to look for him." "Yes. Plus I suspect Ingenuine will go after him too. So I've got to save him by getting to him first." "Be careful Izuku." "I will. Good luck. I'll definitely be rooting for you. I hope you take home the gold and impress every pro watching." She pumped her fists as she smiled at him. "I'll do my best." "You'll do great," he said before leaning in and planted a key on her left cheek. The girl was so surprised she couldn't respond as he pulled away and looked back at her with a cool look and a charming smile. "That was for luck. We'll celebrate later. Now go put on a great show," he said before turning and walking away, leaving the creation girl with butterflies and a major blush as she touched her left cheek. She turned to walk back to her class determined to impress the pros and the boys she liked. Izuku had made it off UA's campus, several thoughts going through his head. "I did it. I actually did it. I really hope that doesn't distract her too much. Should I have waited after the festival? Issue for later. The issue right now is finding Stain before Ingenuine does. Time to head to Hosu. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.